僕たちの地球だ。美しい星、ビューティフルスター。輝くためには必要なものがある。それは自然を愛する心、バランスの取れた食生活、十分な睡眠時間、日に焼けた肌、乾いた心では一つには
right, that's enough. Enough. Now it's time to enter my world. Welcome to my computer. Would you like to browse my files? This is what I have. So well, over the past couple days I've been trying to get Fishnet to work. But there's no help out there in the world for Fishnet. There's no help at all. Their manual, their documentation, their API, they don't help. They don't help you. They say this is what this is, and I think they assume that you are already an expert, but I'm starting at ground zero, so I can't use Fishnet. I have to go, what? Move over? All right, just give me 5 minutes. So I've switched over to netcode for game objects, and yeah, just last night I deleted Fishnet, switched over to netcode, and now I'm back to where I was in Fishnet. But now I can possibly continue continue on and move forward because netcode for game objects has some there's help out there. There's some help out there for that. So here's what I have. You hit play. I showed this yesterday, but that was Fishnet. This is netcode. Now I start the host. Now I'm the host. And the lighting doesn't work too good. I don't know why that happened, but that's probably fixable. And then now I start the client. And here we go. And boom. There we go. And we can look down and we can look up. And it handles our rotation and our position. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty goodly. And the legs work. And everything works. It's synced up goodly. And that's what I have. That's it. That's all it is. And you can punch, but nobody knows what's happening on either end. When they die, I'm looking at your corpse, but you of course cannot see your corpse because you did not die and you didn't even know you were getting hit. So that's what I'm going to try and solve today. Figure out how to make it look like you're getting hit. I want these people to kill each other. Now my problem is my dilemma is I don't know how to do that and I don't get it at all. So I'm going to be yeah, we're making death real today. Let me crack open this brewski, this Mountain Dew, this Mountain Dewski. It's yeah, I have now ingested it and I'm ready to go. So I'm gonna well, like I said, I don't know, I don't get it. I don't get multiplayer. I don't get game development. So I'm gonna be in here a lot. I'm gonna be on YouTube. So I'm just gonna look at if I weren't streaming, this is what I'd be doing. Let's see here. Now let me sign out so I'm not revealing my information here. That's secret information. This is more my speed. Feel like I do Pitbull, American War, Thomas Brush. Let's see. Unity netcode for game objects. That should do it. Could you take another Unity project that is working multiplayer than just Frankenstein it to work with Project Dick? You know what? I have that right here. If I go back and hit play, I think this stop that. I think. Check out the scenes. Main menu. This is boss room. And I looked at this and I tried to figure out why it works, but it's beyond me. I'm too I'm too I'm too far behind to understand what this game is, how this works. I try to look at the character, and it's simple. There's not a lot of code going on here, but the terms they're using and the API, I don't know what they mean, and they're simple, like is owner, and I have an idea. Like yes, I've been told what is owner means, and I know what a network game object is, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't get it, and I don't know what any of that is. I have an idea, but then the way they use it, I'm thinking, wait, how does that work? Okay, maybe I don't understand. I get it, but I don't understand. So this is the project. This is the boss room. This is the Unity's sample project to help you get started with it. Let's host. Boss room. I know. The classic fan favorite game. Let's not current simulation, none. Yeah, no lag spikes. Let's pick our character. I like the bowman. You have the calm champion, you have the calm champion. They're all calm champions. They're all calm. So this is the calm group of champions. Okay, so let me just get a guy that does this. I'm a tank. Ready up. The game is starting. Nice IP address. Thank you. Let's not look at that. I've already doxed myself 9 times this stream. I'm totally lost already. I'm more of a Blender guy. Oh, I see. I want the angsty champions that are behind on their mortgages, not the calm ones. Debug cheats. Okay. Move target. Primary attack. Okay. So let me just take a look and see how is this at all similar to Riddick, and how can I implement what we have here into the Riddick game. So we have movement, and the guy walks and plays an animation. Okay. So that's good. I need that, and then we have AI guys who walk around, which is good because I need that too. Swing, attack. Wait, when I attack, does it have hit effects? Because I need that. Okay, it's got a particle effect that plays. I need that. Swing, attack, and they die. It's as simple as that. They die, they have a little particle effect, or whatever. They die, they play their animation, the particle plays. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. Breaking objects, sure. I mean, yeah. I just have to take their code and figure out how to jerry-rig it onto Riddick, right? It's easy. If offline, online. I didn't get that far into the API. I must have missed that. I'm gonna emote. I'm gonna dance. You can emote, dance, and move at the same time. That's not gonna be possible in Riddick. In Project Dick. I'm spamming this. Wait a second. Did I find a bug? He won't stop swinging. Oh no, it's just lined up some attacks here. So I'm not sure. I'm confused. I'm already confused. I'm already checked out here. What is this? There's that guy. The imp, of course. What is this? Player avatar. Player avatar. And then character. Player avatar. What is that? Oh. Network name state, network stats. Look at all these components. That's a lot of components. I checked out the character, just the base character here, which is it's a network object. Done. It has a network health state, life state. It has this character, server character script. What does that mean? I don't know. It's time to delve into the depths of YouTube tutorials. That's what I was looking at. I started watching this one, the ultimate multiplayer tutorial for Unity, netcode for game object. That's actually kind of recent, 1 year ago. I wish where is he? Taro Dev. Taro Dev really I get some of these tutorials I don't get what they're saying and they go so fast and they don't explain it properly. Taro Dev, he does a great job. And I watched this tutorial and that's how I got to where I am now, but he's got nothing else. And I'm lost now. So I'm the kind of person I need my hand held when learning code stuff because it's just I don't get it. What is all this crap? Where's the $1,000 Thomas Brush course? Oh yeah, does he have a multiplayer course? Thomas Brush couldn't find anybody to test out multiplayer with. Oh no. That's gonna be a problem for me. That's gonna be a problem for me. Because Thomas Brush just explained things and I get it. Okay, full tutorial. Here's this full tutorial.
Hello everyone, in today's video
Hello.
we'll talk about
And let's see where you're at the end. I just want to see what you have achieved. Okay.
I know this was a very long tutorial, but if you kept
Test it, go ahead.
let's expand this and test it if it work with 4 players. So I added
What multiplayer solution are you using? I'm using netcode for game objects, which is Unity's. I was using Fishnet, but I had to uninstall it because there's no help. There's no help in the world for Fishnet. Google, and YouTube, and Bing, and Yahoo, and Ask Jeeves. Nobody's got nothing. Even their own API documentation, there's nothing. It's like you have to understand it already. It's not. I looked at what's a good one for people just getting into multiplayer. What's something as simple as can be. And they're all pretty similar, but for some people, for some reason, people suggested Fishnet, and there's nothing out there for Fishnet. Fishnet is being deleted off the internet as we speak. I know I searched on Google tutorials for Fishnet, and then I refreshed the page, and there was even less. So it's like it's tracking me. It's following my movements, and they're trying to stop me from creating this game. I think it's the grocery store people. The grocery store simulator people, they know what I'm doing, and they're trying to stop me from learning. But nothing can stop me, except for the learning itself. So let's see. We use Photon for Zoo Strikers. Yeah? Is Photon good? I heard Photon's can cost some money and get expensive. Is that not a problem for my type of game that I make? Photon's got a free pack you can look at. Let's try. I'm not very far into anything. So I can switch now. And switching early. Maybe we should sorry, maybe I should figure out what I need. What's the best solution to go with? And then start the process. Might not have as much videos on it as Unity's. Yeah, Unity's is new, but a lot of people have tutorials and everybody's talking about it. No, it's relatively new. What's good? Real-time quantum fusion. And I heard Photon's a little on the pricey side too, but I think for what I want to do, shouldn't that be maybe like a peer-to-peer? I don't need to pay for servers. You kind of host it as you play, sort of thing. Everybody loves Unity. what's a good one? Fusion? And stick to Unities? All right, I'll stick to Unities. This is a Unity verified solution. Unity did really pump a lot. They even have that boss room here. So I have a whole project here saying this is how it's done, this is how you do it, this is how you make a multiplayer game. So maybe it is best to stick with Unity. Now this tutorial, what is this tutorial? Where does this go?
2 more colors.
Will I be
One
able to have my game is my
purple,
question.
and the final one is a reddish one.
Because I look at a lot of tutorials. This is a good tutorial. You love this one? To fall asleep to. It's 48 minutes, so
So I launched 4
let's see.
instances
I just want to see what it teaches.
of the standalone
Okay.
executable file of the game, and here is the final results. We have 4 players with different
Right.
4 colors, and each one named
What is he playing on? Which one is he playing on? The first one?
executable file of the game.
48 minutes actually seems pretty reasonable for something like this. Really?
And here is the final results. We have 4
Okay, he's
players
shooting?
with different 4 colors,
He's
and
shooting?
each one named with its proper name: player 1, player 2, player 3,
Okay,
and player
it's
4.
hitting.
And we can
It's-
control any
I mean,
of
something
them,
like
and we
this-
see the
Okay.
movement has been synced with all other clients. The projectile
Okay.
are shot properly, and we instantiating even the hit particle effects, and all of those has been synchronized over the network.
Kinda.
I know.
Okay. Hopefully he actually explains stuff though. See, some people just go on and they got nothing. You know, I might try this one. I watched this one in the past. And I got sad.
So you want to make a multiplayer game?
This
but you-
one's 2 hours and 30 minutes long. It's got chapters, and I know this person does a professional editing job. Let me take a look at the end product. Is that possible? What's going on at the end here?
You'll see that there's a spike in the amount of data that's getting sent over. And
No,
so you're going to want to pay close attention to this because you want to make sure you're not sending too much
the
data.
code
So if you
recap.
actually, I missed most of it, but if you actually scroll, you can scroll over it, over certain events. Then it shows
This
you
is
exactly
debug
what
tools.
data is getting
What do we
sent.
have? What's the game here?
Here you'll see that nothing's really getting sent yet. However, if we start a client here, you'll see that now
Mhm.
there are data starting to be sent, which is a little hard to see. But you can see here.
That's just debug tools. I don't know how this is. I just don't want to dive into a really long tutorial without, you know what I mean? Without knowing if it's gonna, And then some people just do a bad job. So they have to actually.
Okay, so hello and
Teach.
welcome back to another Unity multiplayer.
Oh, Dapper Dino.
Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity multiplayer tutorial.
Mhm.
Today we'll be looking at the new official Unity networking solution.
This
that
is
was
3 years old. Spending almost 3 hours only to find out it doesn't help you would really suck. Yeah. And then maybe it helps other people. I look at the comments and say, "Wow, finally, yes, I understand. Finally, thank you. Yes, finally. Oh, great. Yes." And then I'm sitting there at the end. I'm sitting there in my diaper, drooling, going, "Huh? Huh? Why doesn't it work for me?" So
released a couple of days ago. So for those of you who are wanting
So it's kind of trial and error with the tutorials.
to get into networking, or
What do
those
you
who
have
been
to say to
waiting
me?
a very long time for Unity to release their own solution, that time has come, and now we can start looking into it and playing around with it. Hope you're looking forward to it.
Now
so
this
let's
is,
get
and then I also have to take into account this is 3 years. This is 3 years ago. So when I go in and start working on my game, and he says do this and do this and do that and do that, and then everything I try to do, it says this is deprecated. This is deprecated. It doesn't work like this anymore. Because this tutorial is 3 years old.
get started. So a couple days ago, they released the
Uh-huh. Right?
it says here, make sure you're using 2019.4 or newer.
Look, your first network game. Maybe I can... Oh, wait a second. They have documentation for their own networking thing. So maybe... And they have educational examples. They have boss room, bite-sized samples, multiplayer use cases samples. Maybe I could just take one of these. What do they have? Dedicated game server? The boss room is all they have, really. But it's good, I guess. Yeah, bite size. This one, the invader sample is deprecated. 2D space shooter, multiplayer use cases, client-driven movements, network physics, spawning versus statically placed objects, object parenting. This is a client-driven sample. Maybe this will work. Oh yeah, I get it. I get it now. Wait, what? Okay, so sample. Then I gotta, but now I gotta read? Come on! Making movements feel responsive while staying consistent over multiple game executables, each with their own timelines, is a challenge for many network games. But I don't care that much. Not for this game. Although I do want it to be alright because, you know, people want to try and beat the crap out of each other. It's not possible to avoid it? Come on. Too long, don't read. Oh, great. Use client network transform, yes, to sync. I've got that. That makes sense. Make sure ownership is set properly on that network object to be able to move it. Since your clients live on different timelines, you have to read it since I can't read it. For I don't know how. Oh my god. For you, Snow, I'll read it. Since you're... Oh, wait, hold on. Let me, what does owner mean? I just, you know what? I think if I understand what ownership means. Oh, ownership, understanding ownership and authority. If I understand this, then I think that would go a long way. Because, you know, I kind of get it, but then it just doesn't work how I expect it to work. And so I'm just thinking maybe I don't get it. By default, netcode for game objects assumes a client. Let me teach you now. Everybody, I'm about to teach you how multiplayer works. I'm going to help you understand ownership and authority, okay? Because this thing's going to teach me, and we're going to learn it together at the same time. Whoops. By default, remember this, by default, which means by default. I don't know any other way to explain by default, just how it is already, by default, without changing it. This is how it's going to be. By default, netcode for game objects assumes a client-server topology. Okay, let's learn what that is. What is that? I'm going down the rabbit hole. Client-server is one possible network topology. Okay, what's a network topology? Let's keep going. What does this mean? What does be default mean again? Oh, what is by default? It means like it's just how it is. Without, you know, you don't need to make it or change it. That's just how it is. Does that make sense? The owner owns it. Thank you, Bling. Network topologies. I'm ready. I'm ready to receive my apology. My apology. Network topology defines how a network is arranged. In the context of multiplayer games, this primarily relates to how clients, hosts, and servers are connected and communicate. Different network topologies have different benefits and drawbacks depending on the type of game you want to make. Two primary network topologies that Netcode for GameObject supports are client server and distributed authority. Client server. Dedicated game server. Dedicated servers run the main simulation and manage all aspects of running the network game. Players connect to the server using separate client programs to see and interact with the game. Dedicated servers are often the most expensive network topology, but also offer the highest performance and can provide additional functionality such as competitive client prediction, rollback, and centralized authority to manage any potential client conflicts. However, this comes at the cost of added latencies when communicating state changes from one client to another, as all state changes must be sent from client to server, processed, and then back out to other clients. I understand this. I've wrapped my head around this, or just in theory, I understand this. This network topology is primarily used by performance-sensitive games such as first-person shooters or competitive games where having a central server authority is necessary to minimize cheating and the effects of bad actors. Now, my game, dedicated servers are easy peasy. Well, my game, I don't really care about cheaters. You basically just invite your friends and you have fun. It's not a competitive game. So I would like to keep that in mind. Client-hosted listen server. Listen servers are similar to dedicated game servers, except that the server runs in the same process as the game client. This makes it a cheaper option, but with the disadvantage that the hosting client has to communicate updates over a residential internet connection. Server performance is also degraded because the machine running the server is also generating an output image for the user playing on that machine. So, client host. So, the client is also, yeah, right, okay. But I might want to go with client host because, you know what I mean. I don't think I need to explain myself because I don't know what I would say. Distributed authority. Okay, this is crazy. maybe I want to go distributed authority. Get ready to listen. In a distributed authority topology, game clients share responsibility for owning and tracking the state of objects in the network and have the authority to spawn and manage objects themselves with additional options to configure ownership permissions. A small, lightweight central state service keeps track of changes in spawn object states and routes network traffic. There is no central server simulating the game. All clients run their own simulations and communicate their updates directly to other clients via the central state service. Distributed authority topologies are useful for keeping costs down and solve a lot of the input-related issues typically addressed using client prediction systems, although the lack of a central authority can make them more vulnerable to cheating and bad actors. Okay, maybe I want to do this then, distributed authority. Perhaps. Or maybe peer-to-peer, what? Perhaps peer-to-peer? Okay, so that's what a network topology is. Now, client-server topologies. Client-server is one possible network topology you can use for your multiplayer game. Defining client-server. In a client-server topology, a central server is responsible for running the main simulation and managing all aspects of running the network game, including simulating physics, spawning and despawning objects, and authorizing client requests. Players connect to the server using separate client programs to see and interact with the game. Client server encompasses a number of potential network arrangements. The most common is a dedicated game server in which a specialized server manages the game and exists solely for that purpose. An alternative client server arrangement is to have a listen server, in which the game runs on the same machine as the client. Are you keeping up? Is this getting through to anybody? Because we're still going. Now let's take a look at the use cases for client server, okay? Shall we? Dedicated servers are often the most expensive network topology, but also offer the highest performance and can provide additional functionality such as competitive client prediction, rollback, and centralized authority to manage any potential client conflicts. Wait, start over? From where? However, this comes at the cost of added latencies when communicating state changes from one client to another, as all state changes must be sent from client to server, processed, then sent back to other clients. Client server is primarily used by performance-sensitive games, such as, I've already read this. Client server versus distributed authority. The primary differences between client server and distributed authority topologies are latency, cost, and security. Latency. Client-server networks typically experience more latency since all changes must be communicated to a relay service, then the server, where updates are authorized, then back out to the clients, whereas clients in distributed authority networks have the authority to communicate changes directly to other clients via the relay service. Client-server networks using a dedicated game server are typically an expensive option due to the hardware and running costs involved in maintaining a powerful server machine, although this does not allow for higher performance and better tick rates. Distributed authority networks are cheaper since they lack a dedicated central server and game simulations run solely on clients. Security. Because client-server networks have a single central authority, they're more resilient to cheating and bad actors, and support additional features such as client prediction and rollback. You took a wrong turn? You're very where's the Walmart? I don't know. I'm gonna have to search. I think that's coming up next. Okay, so now I've learned all about the client-server topologies. Great. So now we have to understand ownership and authority. So, by default, and we all know what default means, netcode for game objects assumes a client-server topology in which the server owns all network objects, with the server owns all network objects, with some exceptions, and has ultimate authority over spawning and despawning. So the server is the owner. That's where I get lost, because how does a client own anything? How does the client own anything if it's not the server? Right? Or does it give ownership? Now, how does it give ownership? How does it know? I thought the client's object is netcode for game objects also supports building games with a distributed authority topology, which provides more options for ownership and authority over network objects. The client owns their eyeballs and their HUD. Perhaps. Ownership and distributed authority. In a distributed authority setting, authority over network objects isn't bound. Okay, hold on. Let me look. What's a network object? Because maybe I don't understand what a network object is. Network object. What's a network object? A network object is a game object with a network object a component and at least one network behavior component, which enables the game object to respond to and interact with netcode. Network objects are session mode agnostic. What? A person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or of anything beyond material phenomena. A person who claims neither faith nor disbelief in God. Okay, so network objects are session mode agnostic. D- Eh, how can I be any clearer? Defines session mode. Session modes. The session mode specifies the data types. Network objects are session mode agnostic and used in both client server and distributed authority context. Okay. Let's just ignore that this line exists. Netcode for game objects, high-level components, the RPC system, object spawning, and network variables all rely on there being at least two netcode components added to a game object. One, the network object, and two, the network behavior. Let me take a look at what a network behavior is. Network behavior spawning and despawning. Network behavior is an abstract class that derives from mono behavior and is primarily used to create unique netcode or game logic. To replicate any netcode aware properties or send and receive RPCs. Let me read that again and actually listen to what I'm saying. To replicate any netcode aware properties, to replicate any netcode aware properties or send and receive RPCs, a game object must have a network object component and at least one network behavior component. Network behaviors can use network variables and RPCs to synchronize states and send messages over the network. When you call an RPC function in a network behavior, the function isn't called locally. Instead, a message is sent containing your parameters, the network ID of the network object associated with the game object or child, and that network behavior is assigned to, and the index of the network object related network behavior. Network object can have several network behaviors, and the index communicates which one. And for more information about serializing and synchronizing network behaviors, refer to the network behavior synchronization page. Did I miss the part about RPCs? Hey, Blazer. No, I didn't get to RPCs yet. I don't know what those are, Logan. Network behavior requirements. A network behavior requires a network object component on the same relative game object or on a parent of the game object with the network behavior component assigned to it. I'm not even processing what these words are saying. I'm checked out, so I'm just gonna keep on reading. I forget where I was. I'm gonna go back though. What is a network object? That's a great question. I'm glad you asked. Network objects require the use of specialized network object reference. Great. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Structures before you can serialize them and use them with RPCs and network variables. What is an RPC, you ask? Netcode for game objects also has player objects, an optional feature that you can use to assign a network object to a specific client. Using network objects. To replicate any netcode aware properties or send/receive RPCs, a game object must have a network object component and at least one network behavior component. Why netcode and not mirror, for example? Wasn't netcode for games object in like alpha? No, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, and I believe it's fully released now. And it has the most, it seems to have the most tutorials, and I'm gonna need that because I don't get it at all. I'm so confused. This makes my brain hurty, not enough wrinkles. This'll form a wrinkle or two. The knowledge is like a bullet, and your brain is like, it ricochets. It needs a wrinkle to like wedge that bullet in there. Okay, that's awesome. I'm too dumb for multiplayer. Same here, Blazer. Same here. I'm not getting any of this. Let me show you where I'm at. Let me show you where I'm at here. I got a very basic setup going on for my game. Let me start the host. Reload that scene. Start this host and then start this client. Okay, so here we are. I have this multiplayer. I can move and rotate my guy, and I can look down and I can look up, and it follows him, okay? And that's kind of where I'm stuck. I don't know if I punch on one on the left client, on the left host, I guess. The client on the right does not see that animation. They do not understand. They don't receive any audio or anything. And when they die, they don't know they're dead. So I have some ways to go. So that guy's dead, and but I'm not dead. I'm actually moving around, and this guy's looking at a ghost. This guy is hallucinating. Thinks I'm dead, but I'm not, and I'm moving around, but I'm not dead. So that's a problem. And I'm just trying to figure out. I haven't really gotten anywhere, but I'm just trying to get to the point where I can. I'm stuck. I'm stuck here pretty much. I've got that, and that's all I can do because I just don't really understand what ownership is and exactly what's the point of a network object. Why do I need it? I know I need it. I just would like to know why so I can start programming things on my own without having to copy paste everything. It's a delicate balance between adding wrinkles and causing injuries. It is delicate. I feel like passing out. I haven't even been here an hour yet. I think you can make it. This stream seems very possible. Oh, I hope you know what. I appreciate your belief in me, and your optimism, Blazer. I would bet money against you, but I'm gonna follow your path and I'm gonna be a believer. I'm gonna say it because I'm gonna channel it. And make it real. And make my brain get it by saying I can do it. I can learn it. I'm going to trick my brain into thinking that yes, I get this and I'm going to get it. I don't get it now, but I'm going to get it today. And if I don't, I'm not going to see tomorrow. All right, here we go. Where was I? Let's figure out how to use network objects, okay? So to replicate any netcode-aware properties or send/receive RPCs, a game object must have a network object component and at least one network behavior component. Is that so difficult? Any netcode-related component, such as a network transform or a network behavior, any netcode-related component such as network transform or network behavior with one or more network variables or RPCs requires a network object component on the same relative game object or on the parent of the game object. Oh, that's actually great. I didn't get that. I was looking that up with Fishnet. Like, I have a complicated object. My character is complicated with lots of children, parent things. And I try to look up children, parent, network object, and there's nothing popped up anywhere for nothing, no how, nowhere. Thank God. So I only need one network object. I was about to put network objects on every single object under the parent, every child component, every grandchild and everything. Okay, so I just need one network object for the parent, for my character. Okay. That's good. That's good to know. I'm betting all network objects that you make progress. Thank you, Blazer. That's a huge bet. That's massive. When spawning a network object, the network object global object ID hash value initially identifies the associated network prefab asset that clients instantiate to create a client local clone. After instantiated locally, Each network object is assigned a network object ID that's used to associate network objects across the network. For example, one peer can say, send this RPC to the object with the network object ID 103. And everybody knows what object it's referring to. A network object is spawned on a client. Oh, I see. Oh, wait a second. Maybe I see. I'm trying to piece it together in my head. Maybe I'm making connections, perhaps. A network object is spawned on a client. A network object is spawned on a client when it's instantiated and assigned a unique network object ID. And you can use network I think what kind of got me to start thinking about this differently is when spawning a network object, that client asset that clients instantiate to create a client local clone. So it's a clone. I just have to picture it in my head and see how it works. I need a visual almost. Let's see. And everyone knows what object it's referring to. As network object is spawned on a client when it's instantiated and assigned a unique network object ID. You can use network behaviors to add your own custom netcode logic to the associated network object. Okay. Okay, so let's see. The order of components on a network object, game object matters. When adding netcode components to a game object, ensure that the network object component is ordered before any network behavior components. I did not know that. Do I have that? There it is. Okay. Oh yeah. You know what? It forces it up here. It forces it up here. So we're good. That's why I wouldn't move. I was trying to move it down just because I like it to be, in a different spot. But I did not know that. I didn't know that the components order in the list matters. That's okay. Well, that's something I learned about Unity, I guess. The order in which network behavior components are presented in the inspector view is the order in which each associated network behavior.onNetworkSpawn method is invoked. Any properties that are set during network behavior.onNetworkSpawn are set in the order that each network behavior's onNetworkSpawn method is invoked. Avoiding execution order issue. You can avoid execution order by okay. Ownership. I don't need this. I don't need to know that ever. Ownership. Either the server, default, we all know what default is, or any connected and approved client. Either the server or any connected and approved client owns each network object. By default, netcode for game objects is server authoritative, which means only the server can spawn and despawn network objects. But you can also build distributed authority games where clients have the authority to spawn and despawn network objects as well. If you're creating a client-server game and want a client to control more than one network object, use the following ownership methods. The default. Okay. Now we have to go back to. Okay, I'm almost done here. Wait. The default net spawn. Okay. The default network object spawn method assumes server-side ownership. Spawn. To spawn network objects with ownership. Spawn with ownership. To change ownership, use the change ownership method. To give ownership back to the server, use the remove ownership. Okay, I don't get that too much. Okay, I'm not getting the rest of this. I need to go back. Okay, so now I go back. We're back. Understanding ownership and authority. Can we all agree that we're back? Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. That's a quote from John Wick. Yep, I'm thinking that I'm back. We're so back. Ownership and distributed authority. Here we go. In a distributed authority setting, authority over Authority over network objects isn't bound to a single player, but distributed across clients depending on network objects ownership permission settings. What is this? Okay, so that's down there. Okay. Network objects with the distributable permission set are automatically distributed amongst the clients as they connect and disconnect. Of course, when a client starts a distributed authority, it starts a distributed authority session, it spawns its player. When a client starts a distributed authority session, it spawns its player, locks the local player's permissions so that no other client can take ownership, and then spawns some network objects. At this point, client A has full authority over the distributable spawned objects and its player object. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Cached spawned object states. Service endpoint. Client A. The client facilitates connection to the service. Client A spawns its player object and locks permission rights. Any distributable objects spawned prior to other clients joining client A will have authority over. What? When another player joins, as in the diagram below, authority over distributable objects is split between both clients. I'm toast. I'm toast here. I think it's time to watch a YouTube video because I'm not getting it too good here. I got lost way up here and I kept going and now I'm more lost than I ever have been before. Okay, so I'm gonna go away now. Wait, I've been reading the 2.0 version. What about? I don't even have the 2.0 version. What the? There's less. Okay, better stick with 2.0. Okay, so now let me find a great tutorial here. There's 9 chapters in this. This is 6 months ago. This is modern. Multiplayer in Unity made simple. Of course.
Creating multiplayer games isn't as hard as it seems. Unity provides simple and free solution called Netcode for game objects. It supports
So simple.
both 2D and 3D.
Let's see what you achieve at the end.
Is flowing it, and
Oh, he
moving
looks
this one,
nice.
the camera is also
It looks like a
following
nice
the
guy.
player. So far, I have covered how we can connect multiple players to a server, how we can synchronize their positions, animations, make sure that we move only with the player that we are owning, and how to make sure that the movement of the camera is correct as well. And because this video is already quite long,
Okay.
I will leave the rest of the stuff for the next one, so we can be looking forward to creating some custom network variables with which we will be able to share.
Let me take a look at this guy. What else has he done? He's got a bunch of AI thumbnails. I can't watch. I don't know if I could watch these videos. Server authoritative movement, network variables. That's tutorial number 2. That's where he stops. I'm out of here.
Creating
I know how to sync the movement. Okay, Unity itself. Wait, is this Unity itself? Oh, of course. Here we go. And I like the music.
Hello everyone, my name is Esteban Maldonado and
Oh
I
my
am
god, Esteban Abe Maldonado Caban.
a developer advocate for Unity. We're very happy that today we get to show you a little bit of how you can get started creating your own multiplayer games. By following the steps that are going to be mentioned in this video, you'll be able to create the Space Adventure demo that you see,
Okay.
which is made of assets from our Galactic Kittens multiplayer 2D game sample. But let's first talk about Unity's gaming
How
services
old is this?
and how it can help you
1 year. Not bad.
in the development journey of your project. The Unity gaming services consist
Quiet.
of 3 netcode as a word to describe
Explain
a
to me what's
library
going
or
on.
SDK that actually helps developers to synchronize necessary game and world data across all connected clients in a networking session. And our
Okay, he's
multiplayer
just reading from the
networking
doc.
library called Netcode for Game Objects helps you to do exactly just that.
Right.
This networking library helps you to create your own multiplayer games and comes in with different synchronization techniques and components that are ready to use right out of the box.
Great, great, great.
At the moment, Netcode for Game Objects is better suited for a small co-op game. You're not tied to this genre and you're not tied to a low amount of players.
Okay.
It's just what's recommended. At the
That's what I
moment,
want.
A good maximum amount of players is actually around 16, and these are concurrent users that are together in a multiplayer session.
Okay.
One useful aspect about Netcode for Game Objects is that it's actually independent from the lower level code that is the transport. The transport
Right.
is the actual layer of code that actually sends data in between all of the connected clients. At the moment, the requirements in order to use Netcode for Game Objects are the following.
Okay.
It's best to use
Okay,
the-
basic scripting. I got that. I have that. And a new mindset. Here we
this
go.
library with Unity version 2020.3 or newer.
Okay.
Familiarity with the C# scripting environment that Unity provides will definitely help you along the way. And the last requirement is really more of a way of changing your mindset when you're thinking about development. Because you need to start thinking differently in terms of development when you're tackling multiplayer for the first time.
That's where I get stuck.
When making multiplayer games, it's
That's
good
where I
to
give
think
up.
about that the game objects in the world actually exist both in the point of view of the server and also from the point of view of the client. So it's almost like there are actually two versions of the same object in the world.
Right.
But we call these two versions of the game object what is called like the server runtime and the client runtime. That means when an object is actually being updated from the point of
Am I
view of
allowed to do this? Just watch YouTube?
the server, client runtime will be updating the
On
game
Twitch?
object
I'm
from
not
the
gonna get
point of
banned for
view
this?
of being a client. There are many.
Does it help if I
high-level
watch it in a
tools that
smaller
it's
window?
Best to get familiarized with when you're starting to make multiplayer development. It's recommended to check out the high-level terminology section in
Let
our
me email him and ask.
multiplayer site.
Who's him?
This way you can start getting familiarized with how data gets sent from client to client. In order to access the project that we're going to be using for the rest of this video, please head over to the Galactic Kittens GitHub repository.
Might be fine since
From
related
there,
to what you're
instead
doing.
of using the main
You know what?
branch,
Unity's not
please-
going to come after me.
Let's change to the Intro to Netcode
They don't care.
Bootcamp branch. This branch contains
This is educational.
the necessary assets and a reduced version of the full game for you to get started.
I can
From
steal this.
there,
It's
you may
educational.
actually clone the repository so that you can also later check out the assets in the main branch, or for now you can download a copy.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Now in order to get started, it's good to check the package manager, because there you'll actually
It's great. Let me expand upon that. It's great to check the package manager.
be able to find the Netcode for Game Objects package to install. Once, I'm gonna click on the host button
Okay.
to actually start a new networking session.
Wait, he's already
But
got
I'm gonna
this.
get an error. There's no network manager present. Let's
Okay.
go ahead and fix that right now.
Let's fix it. Let's fix this sucker.
So let's go ahead and fix that by creating a new game object,
Yeah.
which
Fix
is
it.
gonna be called
Fix
the
it
network
now.
manager.
This looks confusing. It is. It is.
This game object is gonna be holding a very,
When am I releasing Galactic Kittens? This is gonna definitely a 2027.
very
release.
important component in the Netcode for Game Objects library, which is gonna be called also
It's gonna be in the 4th quarter of my life when I release this.
the network manager.
Okay, network manager. Network manager. We got it.
Now we see a lot of settings that you can actually change here that come in with this component.
I do
But
see a
the
lot.
very important one that we're gonna set
You believe
now
in this guy? You
is
think
gonna
he,
be the Unity
you think he can
transport.
teach me?
Now this is a setting that says how is it that the network session is gonna be connected?
Yeah, yeah,
How
yeah.
is it gonna be
Yeah, I know. I've done this
started?
before. I've done
Means
this
that
part.
it's gonna be local hosted. So
Okay.
The session by default is gonna be hosted by the actual computer where you're running the demo.
Okay. Great. He's got this? Oh well, he'll figure it out for sure. I just don't exactly know what you're saying.
Now that we've set that up, let's actually run the demo again.
Run that demo. Run that demo
And
into the
you see
ground.
that we get 3 buttons here, which is Start Host, Start Server, or Start Client.
Yeah.
This means that you don't actually need to set up an actual UI to start testing the network manager.
And I
to
haven't.
basically start a new session. You can actually use those 3 buttons in the editor. But let's go ahead and use the menu.
Okay.
And you see
Since
now
it's there,
that
since it's there,
the
of
screen
course.
has gone black. Now there's technically a network session already happening. But it's just that right now there's no game objects, nothing actually happening.
Oh,
But
you're right.
This is already an active session. Let's go ahead and bring in our first prefab that we're gonna be using our
Right.
networking session to make this
He
scene
not be able to figure it out and then angrily ends the video having failed.
a little bit more interesting. Now let's go ahead and introduce our
It's not working for me, so I'm gonna delete it all.
first game object of our session. This player prefab field is technically an optional one, but
I put the prefab in this field and I'm getting an error.
this prefab will actually be instantiated
I don't know
as
why it's
soon
not
as
working
the network
anymore.
session starts. And this is a perfect place to put a character that represents the player, like the player avatar. So let's go ahead and search.
Let's put him
for
in.
this player spaceship, and this is gonna
Yeah.
be our character that's gonna be representing the player when the network session starts. Now let's start the session again, and we're gonna create a new session, but we get another error which says that there's no network object assigned to it.
Unity.
There's an
Unity
expected error
sucks.
here, but we're gonna go ahead and fix that right now.
I'm switching to Unreal Engine. And I'll see you in the next tutorial.
Let's go ahead into our simple player spaceship.
Thank
empty.
you.
Meek
And
Meek Eternity
we
just
see
by
here
Damia
that
Burrito.
Netcode for game objects is throwing us an error. It is actually warning us of a very important component that is
Yes.
missing, which is called
Our
the
simple player ship needs a network object for crying out
network
loud.
object. But that is missing.
It's missing.
So here we are looking at the structure of the player
He's
prefab.
failing.
And this spaceship really
got
contains
errors.
a lot of the components that you're
Trying to figure it
normally
out.
used to using in your regular games. You have your sprite render, you
Mhm.
have your rigid body,
Sure,
you have your
of course.
collider. If you notice on the left, you have another game object that represents the jet particles, the jet engine particles, for
Mhm.
example.
Mhm.
And honestly, this is still regular stuff that we're not into multiplayer development yet.
Right. I
Let's
understand
go
that.
ahead now and add our network object component. Like I mentioned before, Netcode for game objects comes with a lot of pre-made components for you to use in your game
Yes.
objects that are going to be replicated in the session. The network object
Yes.
is really one of the most
Yes.
important ones because it tells the network manager that we said before what to allocate when you want to spawn a new object. It is
Global
an
object
actual
ID hash.
unique identifier that the network manager uses to know what prefab to spawn and integrate into the session. You'll see that every other prefab that we instantiate in the network session has this component as well. Now the next component that we're going to be adding
Right.
is the client network transform. What this component
Yep.
does is that it actually is
I've done this already.
automatically
Let's
the
skip ahead.
positions by camera, face coordinate. In your last but not least, we're gonna add our network rigid body to the component.
Network rigid body.
This component changes all of the rigid bodies into kinematic mode in every peer except on the server.
Huh.
In this way, only the precise specific physics calculations are actually run on the server and not on every client.
Okay.
All of this happens automatically, and all you need to do is just add the component.
Well, I did that manually already, so I'm set.
And that is it. With those small changes, our player spaceship is ready to launch and go into space.
All
try
right,
it out.
let's go into
And
space.
Going back to our scene, Everything seems to be okay.
And it
Let's go ahead
doesn't
and
work.
Play the scene.
Why
Go
doesn't
back
it
to our
work?
Menu, to press any key,
It's not working.
and we create a new session.
This
And there
never
you go.
works.
Now we have our working
never
spaceship
works
that
for
we can
me.
actually control and move around.
Yeah, I did it manually, so.
And this is the
yeah.
first time that we've seen
My game's a
game
little more
object
advanced
actually
than this
be
one,
part of
so I had to do it
active
manually.
network
Sorry.
session. Now it's all well and good that we actually have a flying spaceship,
That is well and
but
good.
let's actually go ahead and add more character to it. Let's actually
No!
add another prefab that is not going to be instantiated when the session starts, but at runtime it's going to be instantiated
Okay.
whenever we shoot a bullet.
Oh, a bullet, you
and
say?
that's the prefab that we're going to be looking for, the spaceship bullet.
Right.
And when we take a look inside of the bullet,
Uh-huh.
we're going to see how it looks. It's just a regular beam,
Yep.
but we see that it also has a network transform. Now the main difference here is that this is a regular network transform that is part of the NGO SDK,
You're right.
but it's meant for game objects that are going to be owned by the server.
Now, my bullets
This
are really, really fast, so I'm not sure how to do that.
would be the opposite of
Is
the
that gonna? I don't think is that gonna work right, or I don't know.
client network transform that we saw earlier. If you notice, the network
I
transform
feel like my bullets have to be spawned in on everyone's screen, but none of them are actually synced. In a way, is that maybe that's not a right way? That's not the right way. But then they have. I don't know.
also has a lot of the omitted fields that we took away before from the network transform. Like, we're only synchronizing the X and Y position, only the Z rotation, and none of the scale. Because same as the player spaceship, this object is also never gonna grow or stretch. But other than that, you'll notice that this
Yep.
spaceship bullet also has a network object.
It does, and I do
And
realize
if we
that.
scroll down, we can see that it also has a network rigid body 2D, same as how we did before.
Right.
And of
That's
course,
true.
you see other components that help define the behavior of the bullet. And now that we have that set up as well, let's go ahead and run the game one more time, start a new session, and same as before, we have our moving
Hosting
spaceship.
it.
But now, if you press the spacebar, you'll be able to shoot some bullets from the ship.
Right.
If you look at the
How do you
hierarchy on
spawn-
the left, you can see all of the bullet clones
How did you
that were
spawn them
created.
in though? By pressing space. Like, how do you spawn them in?
Now we have our flying spaceship and it actually shoots bullets
Wait.
and starting to look really cool. But there's something a little bit missing because it's all
And then
just
also I
about-
have a object pooling system for my bullets. So how does that work? How do you pool the objects on your? That's a secret? My bullets are pooled. So how do I also pool it but then also pool it on the server? But then on all the clients as well?
black background right now. What we saw earlier was a spaceship actually flying around.
Just
in
tell me when to
space,
give
right?
up.
So let's go ahead and do that.
So I
find
just
and
sat here
add the-
for 15 minutes, and that was worthless.
Hello and welcome.
6 hours. I can't listen to this guy for 6 hours. Listen to this.
I'm your Code Monkey, and here is a free complete course on making a
I
really
can't
nice
listen to this for 6 hours. Maybe bullets can just be client side and just track health and stuff. Yeah, but then I don't know how do you get the other clients to see the bullet? Like you send out fake bullets, but then how do those bullets get destroyed when they hit a wall if they're fake? I don't know. I don't even know how to spawn a bullet.
multiplayer game. If you have lots of multiplayer game ideas but don't know where to start, then this course is for you. Here we are going to build a simple game, but also one that involves using lots of multiplayer tools. So by learning how to build this game, you will by the end have the knowledge required to be able to build.
I'm looking for a 3-minute video that just solves all my problems. Can we find that, please? Hello? Can we just make that happen? If you play the 6-hour video at 2, I'm going to have to play it at 9 times speed. That's almost 3 minutes. Wait. The custom.
Build just about any multiplayer game in any genre you can think of. We're going to use Unity's official multiplayer solution called Netcode for Game Objects. This is a very robust toolset, and once you understand how it works, it's actually surprisingly easy. This is a completely free course video, but it has the same level of quality as my paid courses or my Steam games. You can download the project files to follow along, or inspect the final game. You can even play the final game right now directly from Steam. This course is a follow-up to my free single-player course. In that one, we built this project completely from scratch. Every line of code was written on screen during that course, and now we're going to pick up from where we left off and implement multiplayer. Also, just like the single-player course, one very important thing is how everything we're going to do here, it's all going to be focused on writing good course video, but it has the same level of
God of War Ragnarok's available? I didn't like the first God of War remake. All right, let's see what I'm going to learn in this really long course. In this 6-hour course. Who would want to play that? Get that off of there? It's gone. It's gone. It's been gone. Did anyone give this a thumbs down? 2. Like 30 seconds of gameplay and then the game is over. You need to make a new lobby and restart. It's impractical to play with friends. Full of bugs, both serious bugs and many small bugs. Kitchen Chaos should not have been published in this pitiful state. It shows that the developer is not able to do polishing and finalize a product. I know that this is for a tutorial, and I know that the tutorial and the games are free, but still, nothing should be published in such a vastly unfinished state. Let's give it a shot. So this is what I'm going to learn in the tutorial. Wait, the multiplayer Bitcoin miner is on Steam? What? Where? Is that true? Look at all these updates I have. Let's play single player. So, Mega Burger. Recipes coming from the customers. Prepare the correct recipe. Deliver plate to delivery counter. Controls are that to move. Oh, I got my gamepad. Here we go. Okay, look. Carrying this object? That's huge. That's huge for my game. Does anybody else have this? Put the cheese on there. Slice the cheese. Trash this. Put this over here. Put this down here. Put the cheese on the burger. Put the lettuce on the burger, on the buns. Take this. Put this over here. Take this over here. Put this over here. Take this off the plate. Flip that. Put this cheese over there. Grab this over there. Put that there. Put this here. Downloading right now. Get Bling in there. Yeah, I'm going to need somebody to help me out, to help me test this. See if this is worth the 6-hour. Oh, I can change my name? At the top? Michaelal? Michaelal? I like that one. The Nicolal. You can 100% it? Are there achievements? I'm going to create a lobby and call it Nichols Lobby. Create public. Okay. This is me. Fake bling money. Okay, we got fake bling money in here. It's called Kitchen Chaos. This is actually exactly what grocery store simulators setup is. They have this lobby. You can choose your color. Set your name. Changing all my social media accounts to at fake bling bling. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for bling. Bling, if this takes 20 minutes, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait. Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, actually, wow. The game boots up like a dream. So if this turns out and works out good, then I'm going to follow this tutorial. That's all I can do. Those reviews were harsh. It seems polished for a tutorial. Kinda, yeah. I think it was harsh. It was harsh. If this is uploaded, but they just they don't like the principle of it. Okay, I'm ready up. I'm ready up. It's the principle of the thing. You know what I mean? Okay. A interact X to Alt. Okay, I'm ready. I'm purple. Am I purple? I'm in the corner. I'm purple. I forget what color I picked. I don't know why I picked purple. I should have gone with green or something. Okay, lettuce. Okay, so we have a burger. Take this. What is that? Grill? Grill the burger. Grilling. I have it. And a bun. Wait, how do I put the... Who took my burger? Okay, put the burger. Put the burger.
Hasib_Hassan_Moon. She just has now followed you.
Thank you for following Hasib Hassan Munshi. Munshi. Who are you? And hello. I assume the reviews were a joke more than this guy literally spent like $100 to make a free tutorial. Hey, I mean there you go. Oh wait, it needs tomato? Put the tomato down? On the cutting board? Oh, love TM. I should have known. Wait, what happened? Alright, but are these guys actually animating or just code changing the scale? I don't know, that's a good question. Animations are gonna be tough to learn. You Alt F4. You just quit like that? Give me this tomato. You don't know what you're doing. Chopping this. Game over! Okay, one more thing. I just need to... one more game. Bro's got 9 viewers. I've got 9 viewers? I do? On where? YouTube? Okay, I'm blue. I'm light blue. I'm baby blue. I'm ready. I know how to cut now. Bro's got 10. I got 100 viewers? I don't have the number up. How many have you got on Twitch? I'm being told I have 10 and 100 viewers on Twitch. Wait, somebody just wants 1 tomato and 1 lettuce. Start chopping. Start chopping, boys. I'll get the plate ready. Here it is. Here's the plate. Plate. Plate it. Plate it. Plate it. Plate it. Put the plate down. Give me this. Yes. We've got it. Good job, friends. Okay, we need cheese. Chop that cheese on a bun. I'm cooking the burger. I've got 100,000 viewers on Twitch. Okay, the patty goes on the pot bun. What's going on? What's with all the... Why are we putting so much stuff everywhere? This is not right. Why is purple stuck in the corner? Is that real? Is that a problem? There we go. Cheese. Thank you for cutting that cheese. Thank you. Meal up. Oh my god, we're so good. I'm cooking 2 burgers at the same time. Getting a plate ready. Wait, this game's all right. Oh no, I'm burning it. Okay, I burnt it. Trashing it. Bun. Plain hamburger coming up. Plain hamburger coming up. Purple is useless. Whoever purple is, they're useless. I hate to say it, but you're useless. You're terrible. And Gordon Ramsay would never allow you in this kitchen, ever. You don't think this tutorial will help me? It seems okay. It seems almost like it has a lot of features that the grocery store thing has. You need to pick up objects and put them down on things, and it was Logan. Logan wasn't playing. Logan! Is this you learning? Yes, this is a multiplayer sample. Basically, at the end of the 6-hour tutorial, I will have made this game, which means I will have made a multiplayer game with a lobby and all sorts of things. You did your best. Oh, it's just Bling Money and real Bling Money. Yeah, see if I hit play again. It takes me to the main menu. Hold on. Let me show you here real quick. I'm not gonna play a whole game. I'm ready. I'm just gonna go in by myself. But yeah, you walk around with your buddies. It gives you your order in the top left. You put the salad down. You start chopping. Chopping that lettuce. Tomato down. Start chopping that tomato. Plate. Somebody just wants tomato and lettuce for some reason. So you take that plate, deliver it, and boom, you've done it. Also do the 6-hour tutorial to make the single player version first. Oh yeah. You removed it from your account? Come on, this is good. I'd be proud to have this game. I like it. It is actually pretty polished for a tutorial. It's got the sound effects and particle effects and, you know, it's not a great game. I'll quit, but you know what I mean? So can we have, I mean, what's the consensus here? I mean, will this 6-hour tutorial help me, and should I start now? You like it? Yoshi likes it? I mean, do you think this would help me in my Reddit game? Legitimately. Do you think that would help? I think it could, but maybe I'm not seeing something. Maybe I'm missing something. Stick with it, and then I have to listen to this guy for 6 hours.
Hello and welcome, I'm your Code Monkey, and here is a free complete course on making a really nice multiplayer game. If you have lots of multiplayer game ideas but don't know where to start, then this course is for you. Here we are going to build a simple game, but also one that involves using lots of multiplayer tools.
And I will be watching at 2 times speed, so it only takes me 3 hours instead of 6. Now, I also have a question. Should I...
Shaba Senior just has now followed
thank
you.
you so much, Shaba Senior. Are you related to Shaba 6? Any relation to Shaba 6? Now I have to now do I try to jerry-rig this into my, just try to shove this into my Riddick project, or should I start fresh like this person is, like Code Monkey, create this project from scratch, and then after having learned how to make something in this way, then go to Project Riddick and then try to do it like that? Start new and then implement it? Yeah, start new and implement, or just try to apply what I learned here to Riddick just one-to-one. Not one-to-one, but I hear this and I go there. That busted your eardrum? Okay, sorry, let me turn that down. I turned it down. Somebody achieve my follower goal again so we can test that sound. Definitely start fresh and then a DD. And then a DD in Project Nick? I'm sorry? I'm doing a DD? What? Follow the tutorial, learn the elements, then add a new scene to Riddick. Okay, so everybody seems to be on board with... I don't know if it has the same volume as the other alerts. Alright, so I'm shutting down Project Dick. Shutting it down, shutting down the clone. Okay, so I'm gonna be in this for the long haul. This is 6 hours. Let's see the reviews here. Thank you so much, Code Monkey, for this amazing journey. You are a legend. I learned a lot. I was not able to go full speed on this one, but it's done now. That's what matters. Done and understood thanks to your teaching skills. Both courses are extremely valuable for the
Yoshi
community.
just buyed Amy a burrito.
Thank you, Yashi. Oh. Thank you, Shaba Senior, for doing that. For that thing for doing that. Is this a multiple part? I don't think so. It's 6 hours, and by the end, you make it. It's made. Yeah, they make it. You have the final game after 6 hours. I hope you realize that with these free courses, you made a life-changing move for some of us. For sure, some people will access to a game dev career in a company or as an indie dev thanks to you. My future as a hobbyist is brighter than ever. Thanks a lot, man. Wow, I think that's fantastic. Enough. Who's doing that? Everyone's doing that. Everyone's so hyped up for this 6-hour tutorial. I can't believe it. All right, I'll be back. I'll be back, and I'm gonna start this tutorial very soon. Can we run like a 30-second, 1-minute ad for Shaba Senior, please? And I'll be right back.
You're the sweetest card that I always win on. You are like the perfect girl that I ever met before. I'm feeling like quiet to see, 'cause you take my breath away. You are the only one, only love for me. I wanna take you home, that you are the unique for you, and tell me your favorite songs, babe. I sing it for you.
Alright, I think it's time. I'm geared up and ready to go for a 6-hour tutorial. Can we get some... Riddicks in chat for no reason.
So by learning how to build this game, you will by the end have the knowledge required to be able
Alright, I'm not gonna listen to this at two times speed.
to build just about any multiplayer game in any genre you can think of.
Thank you.
We're going to use Unity's official multiplayer solution called Netcode for Game Objects. This is a very robust toolset, and once we understand how
If
it
I
works,
feel like Riddick's watching me, I'll do better.
it's actually surprisingly easy. This is a complete...
Did he just say it's... What is it?
To use Unity's official multiplayer solution called Netcode for Game Objects. This is a very robust toolset, and once we understand how it works, it's actually surprisingly easy.
Okay.
This is a complete
Once we
free-form
understand how it works. So maybe he's gonna explain how it works.
video, but it has the same level of quality as my paid courses
6
or my
hours.
Steam games. You can download
So you can either watch The Irishman twice or this.
the project files to follow along or inspect the final game. You can even play the final game right now directly from Steam.
You can watch 2 Lord of the Rings or watch this.
This course is a follow-up to my free Seal
Maybe he'll explain it in hour 4. Oh, okay.
course.
Buckle
In
up.
that one, we built this project completely from scratch. Every line of code was written
I'm gonna be sitting for 6 hours straight, longer, because I'm gonna be pausing the video to try and understand.
on screen during that course. And now we're going to pick up from where we left off and implement multiplayer. Also, just like the single player
Wait.
course, one very important thing is how
Wait. Wait, the game is already made. Now he's going to implement multiplayer.
how everything
Did he just say that?
we're going to do here, it's all going to be focused on writing good, easy to understand, clean code. The code that we're going to write here is production quality code. This is not a throwaway demo. The quality of the code and the structure of the game that
That's
we're
exactly what he just said.
going to build is on the same level of quality as my own Steam games. As you can see from the video link, this is indeed one complete,
Skip ahead a little and check. Okay.
very thorough course. So don't try to watch this whole thing in one sitting. Take your time, take it slow, and just focus on learning. There are chapters for every
All right, what
lecture.
should I know?
Hello and welcome, I'm your Code Monkey. In this lecture, we're going to see what you need to know.
Oh, these are a bunch of lectures. All put into one video. Oh, okay.
order to be
This
able
is
to
an
follow
entire course put into one video.
everything in this multiplayer course. Okay, so for this course, like I mentioned, it's a follow-up to my single player course. The starting project files here are exactly the project files from the last lecture on that course.
Okay, so,
So-
let's just say, hey, Riddick, that's the starting project, right? How do we turn Riddick into a multiplayer game? That's exactly what he's saying right
I
here.
will assume you've watched that and you are familiar with that code base and how the project is structured. In the next lecture, I will do a brief overview of the code base. So if you've seen the course a few weeks ago, then just watching that lecture should be enough to quickly
You should stop the video and just go to school or something.
remember how
I'll
everything
never learn it's in
works.
school.
In this specific multiplayer course, we are going
refuse.
to be using Unity's netcode for game objects. This is their official multiplayer toolset. I've covered it in a general video previously, and like I said in the single player course, here I will mostly be using it to achieve our goal with
Make sure I
this
take
game,
notes.
rather than covering every part of the toolset itself. So first, go watch
I
that
don't
video to
want to. I don't want to. Okay, well,
learn about the
I have hyped this one up though. I've hyped it up. So now I gotta switch to something else.
toolset in general. Here I will assume you know the general idea for how it works, meaning what is a network manager, what is a host and a client, what are RPCs and network variables.
Okay, so the game is already exists.
Hello and welcome, I'm your Code
It already
Monkey.
exists.
For a host off on these. Again, definitely go watch that if you haven't seen it. It will be quite tricky during that course from
Let's see.
left off on the single player free course. So
Okay.
everything here in this project was built during that course from scratch. Again, definitely go watch that if you haven't seen it. It will be quite tricky to follow this multiplayer course if you're not familiar with the code base. You can download the starting project files from the course website. If you follow the course yourself and you built your own project, then perhaps
So basically, I missed the 6-hour course that explains creating the single player game, and now this is a 6-hour course explaining how to convert that single player game into a multiplayer game, which would be great. If I wanted to do that, but now it's turning my brain to mush. My brain is just shriveling up right now. Should I keep watching? Sync player movement client versus server. Sync player animation, sync delivery manager. Fix on the Uni store? Like the asset store? For what? The Uni store? Like a course? Or an asset? Multiplayer stuff. Oh, you can also check the video chapters for whatever issue you're having and see if it's in the video. Let's see. Sync pickup objects. I feel like but he's using this project that I have no idea
hello and
about.
welcome.
I have no clue about his project. Ask ChatGPT, the Albert Einstein of our generation.
I'm your next lecture are going to be some
Okay.
quite tricky lectures. Pay attention to what is or
Sync the
the
pickup.
client down there. Object script.
Okay.
Object And like we already saw, in order to make this script multiplayer inside of model behavior, let's implement the network
Okay,
behavior.
kitchen
And
object.
this was inside
So the
using
object
AT
needs to be a network behavior.
netcode.
Sure,
Okay.
that makes sense. I understand that. Sure.
So let's go ahead, swap this and save. And back in the editor, we need to attach a network object. So let's select every single kitchen object. So over here, and let's click on no, just to be able to select all of them. And now just add component, and let's add a network object.
Okay, network object, great.
Okay, so like this, all of them have a network object. Okay, so far so good.
So far,
Now
so
we can
great.
Spawn these objects dynamically, and for any object that we want to spawn,
And
in
now it
server, we need
works.
to add it to the network
It
object
works?
list. So let's go into
Is
the
that
network
all I-
manager, and
that's
over
all I
here we've
need?
got the network prefabs. Every object we want to spawn needs to be here. So let's go.
Okay,
ahead
every
and
object
drag
that
all of
we
these.
want to spawn needs
So
to be
just add
here.
all the entries
Of
and
course.
drag.
Now these are the objects that need to be synced though. I wonder, does anyone know how to just spawn an object on both clients at the position, like a particle effect? Like when somebody punches you in the head, it spawns a particle effect for just every client, and it doesn't need to be synced. It just needs to spawn on every client and then kill itself. That's what I would like. I would like that. That would be a great next step for me.
All right, so here are
They don't need to be network objects, right? You found part 1 for this tutorial? This tutorial.
Hello and welcome. I'm your Code Monkey.
10 hours? Oh my god, 10 hours to make this game. A 10-hour course. This is part 1. Part 1. 10 hours. Oh, this is so sweet. Step 1, learn how to make games with this video. Step 2, get money by making a video game. Oh my god. Step 3, from the money you made with the game, donate $1,000 to this awesome, wholesome gentleman. Oh my gosh. Oh. People are doing that though. $100. Took me time to finish this course. Now I'm looking to the multiplayer part. Hey, freaking. What's this? Here's the course, the free course. Here it is. This is messed up. This is wrong. This is evil. Making games is evil. And it shouldn't be done by anyone. What is this guy's problem? What is this guy's problem? Investigate this freak. Are you still making that 3D platformer? I am. I have a couple other projects as well. But I'm still making that 3D platformer. Code Monkey. He just makes tutorials. There's nothing. And he sells courses and he has free courses. There's nothing to investigate. He's just a monkey. He's just an ape. What about that 48-minute video from earlier? Could that one work? You think?
Hello everyone.
Oh, right, this one. But then you take a look at this 48 minutes. At the end, you get what? I don't even know what you get. It's 48 minutes and you can sync a bullet and it doesn't even work properly. His bullets don't work properly. Look. So he's playing on.
Let's
Take a look.
expand
Take a
this
look
and
here.
test it if it
Yeah,
works
test it
with
out.
4 players. So
Test
I
it
added
out.
2 more colors.
And hurry up.
So I launched 4 instances.
Okay.
Here is the final
Player 1. So
results.
it
We have
shoots
4
player 1.
players with
Take a look at
different
the projectile. He shoots.
4 colors and
Right.
each one named with its proper
Wait.
name: player 1, player 2, player 3, and player 4.
Oh, never
And
mind.
we can control any.
It does work. Wait, it kind of works. Yeah. I thought it didn't. Investigate this. Man in glasses, beans, and a toilet. Look up Unity multiplayer tutorial and sort by upload date. Quit looking.
of them, and
But look, he
we
shoots
see
and it hits, but then it keeps going.
the movement has been synced with all other
I
clients.
guess that's fine. But
The
okay, so
projectile are shot
so maybe I should watch this 48-minute tutorial to learn how to get a projectile, right? And spawn the effects.
properly, and we instantiating even the
For those stuck at syncing animations part where you make owner network animator script timestamp at 20 minutes at the top using netcode.components. Thanks. Just want to say thanks for the awesome tutorial. I love how you showed us the mistake first, then gave us the fix. It made everything so clear and easy to understand. To be honest, this is the best video I have seen. Wow. Okay, let's do this. All right, let's watch this one. Let's watch this one. Hey, Mr. Power Up, and thank you for giving me something to investigate.
hello everyone.
Could help later when watching more advanced tutorials. Okay. So let's start.
In today's video, we will talk about the netcode for game objects, the new Unity multiplayer system, and we will
All right, I'm going to
create
watch
a
this one. I'm
simple
going to start from
prototype to
scratch.
make you understand
That guy has not seen farting on my roommate's door.
the foundations and the basics of
Which
this
guy?
multiplayer
Which guy hasn't?
system. So by the end of this video, you will learn how to install netcode for game object, how to synchronize the movement and the animation of the players, how to create network variables and communicate them between the clients and the server, how to spawn and despawn game objects, and all those concepts will be
Okay, how to
the
spawn and
base
despawn game
foundation for
objects. Of course.
creating any multiplayer game.
Oh, the guy who said this is the best video ever. Farting on my
This video
roommate's
is
door.
sponsored by Unity. Netcode for Game Object is a high-level networking library built for Unity.
Replying to his comment right
for
now.
you to
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm refreshing.
Hello everyone, in today's video we will talk about the netcode for game object.
Where is it? Where is it? I'll check back.
The new Unity multiplayer system. And
Let's
we'll
get this
game
demo
objects
scene.
down in the description.
All right, here we go. Do you finish the Unity projects or just learn stuff? Well, I'm trying to finish the Unity projects, but in order to achieve what I want, I need to learn some stuff. You change your mind, you don't want to scare him? Okay. My goal is to finish them. At the moment,
So before we start,
at the moment, I want a multiplayer game. I want like a sort of a co-op game, so I'm just learning multiplayer. That's what I want, Mr. Power. To answer your question. Okay, what version of Unity is he using? 2021? That's fine. I don't have that version. I'm gonna create a new project. And then I'm going to use the built-in render pipeline. That's all we need. That's good. All right. Don't connect to anything. Crank out this new project. Here we go. Check the multiplayer box. Move on. You said that. What is your desire on this earth? I would like. Are 3D platforms the hardest to make? Funyuns. No, please freaking ask all the questions you like. I love to answer the questions. I'd say 3D platformers are no more difficult than any other game. 2D platformers are harder. I think they're all difficult. I mean, making a good game is difficult. That's pretty much it. Do you want a car or a truck? Truck. I'm gonna go with truck. In real life, or what do you mean? because I don't love a truck. What other life would I be talking about? I wouldn't love a truck in hell. um, I would like you know what? I would That's a great question. I would probably go with truck. Even though I don't prefer truck technically, but just if I need to move stuff, I would, I don't want to have to borrow a truck from somebody, you know what I mean? Little pickup truck. Little Thank you, Blake. If I were in hell, I'd want a truck probably. It's sturdier for that hellish environment. Unity is now loading. It's way more convenient. Yeah, but then again, you can't really transport a lot of people unless you get, and I don't want a massive car like just a I don't want like, I want something you know, my build in video games, I'm not a tank. I don't like playing tank, so I just feel like I wouldn't enjoy driving a big fat truck around. I just want a lightweight, sturdy, durable truck. That's what I want. That's all I want. Then I can die happy once I have my truck. I want one of those tiny Japanese cars the size of a large dog. We'll get you a moped. We'll start a GoFundMe. I'll donate $5 for your moped, Bling. Start this project now. Immediately. Load me up. All right. The goal, $400,000. If I had $400,000, I wouldn't spend it on a car.
Start building the multiplayer game.
Okay, now here's the thing. I have to move this tutorial out of the way. I have to move this tutorial to my second monitor. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I have to move this to my second monitor, and then I'm just going to copy what they're doing up there down here. So you guys don't get to see the tutorial. You just get to hear it. Sadly. So, here we go.
Some single player aspects. So let me show you briefly what I did to create this simple prototype. I used Pro Builder to create the scene.
Right?
It's very simple scene using one plane and 3 boxes.
I'm not going to use Pro Builder. I'm just going to use a box.
And for the player,
myself.
I used a capsule, then added to it.
He's going fast forward. I can't keep up with what he's doing.
It to be as sunglasses. Player have 2 main scripts: the player movement to move the player, and shoot fireball to shoot fireball projectiles.
Right.
And it has
he needs his character to shoot fireball projectile.
Hey! Animation.
Why does he have a character here? What's going on here? What did I miss?
So for the player movement, let's go briefly through the code. So we have 2 floats, one.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna watch this. I don't even want to follow along. I'm just gonna watch.
Then
can we just sit here and watch?
We store the input in the horizontal and vertical floats. Then we store those in movement direction.
I hate that you have to put effort into it.
Then we do a translate.
Makes me want to quit.
The vector 3 direction.
Why are all the people making Unity tutorials Swedish or Nordic?
To face
Great question. Those are the smartest people in the world.
And finally, we update.
Just play Mortal 2 with this in the background.
Change between the 2 animations, the idle and run.
Just soak it in.
On the value of that float. So if the value is 0, we go to the idle animation. If it's above 0 or below, we are moving, so we move to the run animation.
Right,
the other
of
main
course.
script is shoot fireball script, which responsible for instantiating.
You know what? I'm closing this and I'm deleting Unity. Gonna delete Unity. And delete all my projects. Don't ask me again. Just delete it all, get rid of it all.
Creating this fireball.
I'm just gonna try and implement what I learned here into Project Dick because my God, I just forgot that making a game, just getting a player to move is so exhausting.
Then there is another script which attached to each fireball that moves it toward.
And then he has a fireball that he's shooting. This is not how my game works. Do I have to remake my game? Okay, I have projectiles. Okay, I have Let's just see how it works with my projectiles. My projectiles, they move pretty much as fast as real bullets. A little slower.
the direction of
Slightly
shooting,
slower.
and when we collide with something, we instantiate the hit particle effects.
Right. Okay, you do that's how mine works. I'll just apply this to my bullets and just see
at
how it
that
works.
location.
Great.
If you are interested in learning how I created this fireball, it's a part of the ultimate
Mhm.
2D and 3D shader graph course.
I'm not interested.
Code project a multiplayer game.
Okay,
So
so netcode for
manager
game objects,
usage is
slap it
needed.
in.
So let's search for that. and
Network
install
manager.
it from the package manager. The first thing we need to do in the
The
network
what?
manager from the package manager. The first thing we need to do in
Oh.
the network manager is to choose
Choose
the
your
net-
transport. That's
We
great.
keep all the
I did that.
will be spawned
I did that
each
already.
time a client connected to the server
Go.
prefab
Go.
on the network manager. But before we proceed,
Network
any
object.
item
Yes.
that should work with
Don't
the
worry
net-
about how it looks. Just make it work. Don't about animation. Okay, well, okay, Bricken, let me show you my as soon as this loads up. As soon as this loads up, I'll show you what my game is. My game kind of relies on animations. The animations are kind of the game.
network should have network game.
But you know what? I guess you're right. I'll try that. I'll try to ignore the animation for now.
Object component.
I'm more worried. I'm more just worried about. I just don't get it at all. How multiplayer works.
So listed inside the network.
I've read
prefab.
the docs. I've read the documentation. I've read it and I've read it aloud and I've heard myself read it and I've tried to get it to work and I understand it, but I don't get it.
list.
And I
So
get it.
let's
I get it, but I don't understand it.
Add also the player to that list. Let's hit play, and from the network
Okay, start
manager,
host.
we
There
can
you
click
go.
Host.
And now I've made
Just-
it this far. I've made it this far in my own game.
See
I
that
can spawn in the character.
the player prefab has been
And they can run around and they can do what they do.
instantiated
They
and
can,
functioning.
punch and shoot and whatever.
Correctly. Now in Unity editor, we can click on those buttons from the inspector, but when we create a standalone build, we should create a UI to represent those buttons.
Hey,
So
Leper.
let's create a new canvas and add a buttons that simulate clicking on start host and start client.
I got so much.
the standalone version be able to create the host.
Yeah,
and
I'm
able
fast.
to accept clients connected to it.
In
So
this tutorial, it's not 6 hours because he already has his character that moves around and
let's
shoots.
create new canvas in
So that's basically where I am. This is, yes, multiplayer, yes. Not oh no, network for netcode for game objects. Not oh no. I tried Fishnet and I deleted it because I hate it and I hate the people who make it and I hate the people who use it. I can't wait to beat up Hideous Leper in multiplayer Project Dick. I'm counting the days. we need stuff to be explained to us. That's okay. We're human, not a Nintendo employee. You're so right. You're so right.
inside it we can create a new image to represent the UI that holding the buttons. Then let's create two buttons, one for the host and another for the
I
client.
think the people who created
For this example, we are
Bling does work for Nintendo.
using the host
He does?
client structure. So one of the clients
Go through your game's hierarchy. Yeah, I'm gonna
is
do that in a
also
second.
server.
So what's wrong with Fishnet? Okay, well, Fishnet. Okay, so my problem is I don't understand multiplayer too good, and there's no one out there. There's no one that can teach me Fishnet. There's like 3 tutorials, 2 of them are outdated, and one of them, the guy just goes at lightning speed and doesn't explain anything and doesn't tell me the information that I need to know. I check out their docs, I check out their API. The API doesn't explain how to use it. They say this is how you do this and do that, but no, wait a second, you're missing a lot of parts. I feel like that you have to already know. You feel like you have to already know, and I don't already know, so I can't do it. It's not for me. It's not for me. You've been using Netcode for Game Object for like a year now, and it's been hell. Nowadays, you have to join the Discord for the multiplayer solution you're using. Really? I don't like that. I don't like filling up my Discord with servers. There's too many. Bobsy, I hate that guy. I want to strangle that man.
That is the host and the other client.
That's the guy.
To the server.
He goes through at lightning speed and doesn't explain. It doesn't explain. It doesn't click with me. Whatever he's saying. And he's writing the code and he's doing everything I need. But my game is slightly different. My game is slightly different to his. So he doesn't explain why I need to do these things, or he doesn't explain what they are or how they work or what the point is. So I cannot alter it slightly to fit my project because I got no clue what they do. But then he just moves on and I'm left in the dirt and I'm gone. And then I just want to go. They have help channels you can search through and also talk to actual devs. That would be good. Would you like me to explain Fishnet to you? I have no idea what it is, but I will at least explain it slowly. Thank you, Logan_core. Too late. I've already deleted Fishnet. It's gone. I made it as far as syncing the people. Look, okay, so frickin', I'm just seconds away from showing you what my game is. I'm gonna crack open my clone here. Okay, that makes sense. I think maybe I've gone through the hard part of understanding the basic terms. Yeah, I mean, I think I know it. I understand. I've read through the docs, and then these are the client server topology. This is the network topology. I've gone through all the definitions. I read through it in my head. I understand it. I know it. I get the theory, but in practice, it doesn't work the way I think it works. I don't understand. I mean, I understand ownership, but at the same time, why? I don't know in practice. I don't know. And when I see it done in practice, when I see people do it, I still don't get it. It doesn't make sense. I'm like, wait, why are you doing it like this? I thought it worked like this, but I guess I don't know how it works. And I'm lost and I'm gone. Do it in Godot. No. Learning multiplayer in Unity is hard enough. I'm not going to learn how to use a whole new engine ever in my entire life. I'm going to quit game development before I learn a different engine. You understand? You follow me? If Unity goes under, then I'm not making games anymore. I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to do something else. Yeah, the API docs, they did not help. The tutorials did not help. Nothing helps. Nothing has helped. Nothing has helped. And learning multiplayer is so difficult for me because it is like learning a new engine almost. It's you have to learn a whole new library and you have to change, like that one tutorial said, you have to change your mindset, and that is go down with the ship. Absolutely. Absolutely. Going down with the ship. Now, I don't like how Unity takes forever to load the project. Now, in fact, it's weird because if I shut this down and cancel the loading of the project and then try to load it up again, it loads up fast. But if I just let it load on its own, it takes like 20 minutes longer. 100,000 channel point redemption to force Nanikel to switch to Godot. That's not big enough. That's not a large enough. That's not a large enough channel point. $100,000 USD. Then I'll switch. Who here has that many points? I don't know. That's achievable in a lifetime. 100,000? By the way, I'd removed the channel point redemption of text to speech. I removed it. And now it's no longer, it's just like maybe if I want to hear people give their suggestions to me, I'll enable it.
Logan_core just bought
Thank
me
you.
a burrito.
Thank you. I wanted to buy like 4 of those at once. Did Unity crash or is it still loading? It's still loading. It's still loading. Well, I have this right here. Frickin', let me show you my game here. I don't really have anything to show because I'm in the process of porting this over to, oh, whoops. I actually want to go to my character right quick and give him a different loadout. Okay, just so I can show you all the weapons that I have. All right. I will show you now. Here we go. Crack this open. I'm gonna start as the host. Put me in. Here I am. For some reason the lighting is weird. It usually looks better. You know, it looks like, no, it doesn't look like this. It usually looks like this. You know, it's nice. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I did this. I'm gonna turn that off. Perhaps it's like this. It's the domain. It's got to complete the domain. It takes longer to get into the game, but who cares? Start the host. Oh, that fixed it. Okay, so I'm here. I'm here because I need to reload the domain or whatever. It's an option I turn off. So you can punch, you can see your legs, you can move around, you can see my shadow, you can kind of tell what's going on. I'm punching. And this is kind of like the weapon and the animations kind of works like Chivalry or Mordhau, where it's ray casting and, you know, it's accurate. Where wherever the fist goes, that's where it's going to punch. We have, what is this? This is a box cutter. I'm swinging kind of low here, and it goes pretty fast, so... but you can see the shadow. The animations, I wish the animations were a little more consistent. I'm just stealing the animations online. There's a pipe. And then I have a gun here. Oh. There we go. I have a gun here. He's aiming kind of low. But here's a gun. And those are physical bullets there. It's those are a projectile that's not hit scan. There we go. And that's a very powerful weapon. Now the great thing about this is that there's AI that you can fight against. And the AI can use all these weapons and they know how to use it and they have different personalities and some of them are timid, some of them are aggressive, some of them are really good at aiming, some of them are trash. That's my Discord. Let me go to do not disturb so I do not disturb you. So it's really fun and funny to watch the AI walk around, you know, with their little legs and their gun just shooting, trying to kill each other. And that's what this game's about. It's kind of a... Well, this game's not really about that, but that's a feature of this game. It's kind of fun. Don't be disturbed. Don't leave. Nobody leave to go check the Discord. That was me. That was my Discord. Cool. Looks like a gladiator game or something. Yeah, we had previous streams where we just liked having people fight each other. Let's see if I can turn this on. We have well, let's see if I can just show this single player. This still works, right? Uh-oh. I'm playing as all of them. Interesting. I was working on multiplayer, so this just doesn't seem to work anymore. What is this? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Synchronized. So it's calling the on network spawn. Hold on. Let me disable. Let me just make this a single player game, just so I can demonstrate to you what the single player game is like. Show me where you set owners and I don't set them. I don't set them. Bling money. I don't know. I don't know how to set it. I don't know how to set an owner. And I don't know what setting an owner actually. I don't know what it actually means. Unfortunately. Get this domain out of my way. Is there anyone else in the room with you? No. Why? Do you hear something I don't hear? Mix behind you, look out. I'm not turning around. I'm too scared to turn around. Wait, why? Why? Oh my god, I gotta turn off. Hold on a second. What is this doing here? I have to turn off this. 1 second. I'm gonna show you what this game's all about in just 2 seconds. I swear to Pete, this one's gonna work. I have something I want to ask you. Come closer. All right. Hello. What's going on? What do you need? What do you want to ask? What do you want to ask me? What do you want to ask me? So you're a truck guy, huh? Yeah, I'm a truck guy. Perhaps. Figures. What? Is that what you want to ask me? I'm not really a truck guy. I'm not really a truck guy. I'm just for, a practical sense. If I didn't think, like, if I never needed a truck ever, I wouldn't have a truck. I wouldn't want a truck. In fact, I kind of don't like the fact that I would probably prefer a truck over just a normal, non-truck vehicle. But what am I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but I just don't like the fact that I would lean towards truck because it's more, it's more practical in a sense, where it's more useful in a sense. I don't like the fact that I would have to go for it. I would feel why I want to go for it because there is something a little. I don't like the look of a truck exactly. It's not aesthetically pleasing, and it's not, I'm not an off-roader. I don't eat what's so just for and I can't. And then if you go over and then you have the normal car, and then with it, which is, like a little small, and it doesn't have the All right, so here's the game. And this is gonna work. If if you're still there, here's the game. Here's the AI. Uh-oh. Never mind. It's completely broken because I tried to get multiplayer to work. Just ignore everything that I said and look away now. Don't know why it's not working exactly. He's glitching or something. Yeah. Don't look. Don't look anymore. I don't know why. But there's something about... Yeah, I don't know. Something went wrong. I don't know. It must have something to do with the network them being network objects and being there, and right? Fix it. You know, now I am scared though. Let me redo everything I did. Let me turn this into a single player game. Let me turn this back into a single player game and start questioning why it's like that. What happened? What did I'd like to know why it's breaking. Now that I think about it. Why is it doing that? Let me turn off. Okay, these are all. Let me turn off the player. Let me remove the player network thing. Is that what's breaking it? You didn't look. Okay, now look. Now it might work. There's a chance that it could possibly work here. Check it out. Okay, did not. It's shooting for me, and I'm getting no sound. What is wrong with this? It's shooting, but there's no sound coming out. And they're not animating at all. What is going on here? Is it because they're network objects? Let me remove that. What? Okay. Maybe? I'm just trying to get rid of the network part. No. Okay. It's busted. It inherits from network behavior, so it requires a network object. I know. I've already networkified. I'm sorry. You know what? Freaking look away. Look away again. Twist your head around again because it's just forget I said anything. This is a network game now. It's busted. It's broken beyond belief. So I have no choice but to continue and just keep trying to make this work with multiplayer, even though it's not going to. But wait, it might. No, it won't. It won't. Okay. But wait a second. Maybe it will. 1 second. In my opinion, don't make your character controller a network behavior. It isn't. Does this work? Wait, I'm playing Maximize. Pause. Pause me. Oh, Hideous Slipper, maybe you could help, because I've been stuck. I have made 0 progress. How long have I? 2.5 hours. 0 progress made. 0. 0. Start the host. Okay, I'm in. Now fight each other. Oh my god, it worked. Kinda. It's kinda working. So, Walter here from Breaking Bad is a horrible aim. And he has a machine gun for some reason. I'm not sure why. I haven't heard about friendship. I don't know why the sounds aren't working all the time. There's nothing in the console about that. Warnings? Oh, event not found. Yeah, I don't know why. And I don't know why none of them have weapons anymore. So I'm gonna cry. I'm just gonna cry and see how it goes from there. No, it's not like Human Fall Flat. There's no no, it's not physics based. It's not a ragdoll type of muscles they're trying to stay. It looks that way because their legs are procedurally, you know, their walking animation looks like junk. So it does look like Human Fall Flat in that way. But it's all it's not like a ragdoll muscle. They're trying to keep themselves up with forces and physics and forces and things like that. It's a standard capsule controller, character controller, kinematic character controller. It's just their legs kind of make it look like that. And when you bend forward and bend backward, it you know, it looks like that, but it's not. I'm using Git. Yeah, I'm using GitHub. Project Dick. Okay. Well, my other project is okay. Let me put it up here. My clone is here. And play focused. So now let's put these two people in the game. So we hit play. I'm gonna start start as host. Okay, I'm in. I can punch, I can do all sorts of things. Bring the gun out. When the AI is not involved, it's good. The AI is broken. The multiplayer, I don't know what happened. The multiplayer completely broke the AI, so I'll just have to figure that out later. So if I come over here to my other thing, and I will start charging up a scream. I am. Anyway, good luck. It's 2 a.m. where I'm at. Good night. Oh, good night, Freaky. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you later. But if you'd still like to watch, and for anyone who hasn't seen this yet, I have this. They move around, they rotate, they look down, they look up. It's synced. The punching is not synced, and the killing and the health and everything else is not synced. It's just the movement. So he's dead, but he's not really dead. Not to himself. He can still move around and all that stuff. All right. That's where I'm at. That is where I am at. Now, Hideous Leper, just to show you where I was at here. I have my character. My character actor and my character body, that's like my physics stuff. Character actor and character body, those are not network behaviors. Those are all disabled. All the physics of my character, that's all disabled. It's all gone. Unless you're the owner, which I'm not 100% sure what being an owner means. So Then I have a character script. Now my character script is pretty much that's like the go-to. It's almost like this has reference to the AI settings, your voice, your loadout, your head bone, what team you're on, where your lock-on transform is if the enemy needs to lock onto you, where your AI brain is and where your controller brain is, your ragdoll animator, legs animator, health. This is kind of like character is just who it's just it's almost just like a big reference to every component that makes up a character. So that's this one, the character script, this is a network behavior. So on network spawn, it does things, it calls on spawn. This is kind of old, could be a lot cleaner, but just that's whatever. If the player ID is equal -1, that means it's an AI character, which doesn't work because I don't know why the multiplayer broke the AI. But if it's a real person, like a multiplayer, a client, so we make this a character player. Basically, we do everything that we need to do to make this a single player guy and have a player control it. And if you're not the owner of this, we disable your camera look, we disable your camera, we disable everything that should be enabled. It's the naming for some of these things. We set the brain to an AI brain, so it just kind of doesn't receive any input anymore. If I make it an AI brain, it's like a dead brain because nothing's controlling it anymore, which is good. We disable the body, the actor, the controller. We disable that. We disable everything that we need to disable, the colliders and everything. So now it's just like a dead husk. But it still has all of these references to. I don't know if we need those or what. But it disables it, and that's what we have so far. So, and everything seems to be working. I don't know how to get. I don't know when I punch. I don't know how to get that animation to sync. When I damage somebody, I don't know how to make. I don't know how to let everybody know that I just punched a guy, and I don't know how to get everything to sync up. I'm lost with that stuff, and you got to learn RPCs. I've seen that. I haven't really learned too much of the RPCs, so maybe let me skip ahead in this tutorial. By the way, I've been watching tutorials. I don't know if you were here for those, but I've been watching a lot of tutorials. It's not going well. What is this?
2 buttons into the
Okay, so this is what? 10 minutes dedicated to creating a UI, installing a debug console, whatever. Using network variable to display the number of connected players. That is, oh my god, why? Who cares? Using network transform.
a text. The variable
Is this just teaching me?
all the clients
Is this
connected
just
to the
teaching me
server.
like this is
So
how
let's
you do it?
create a private network variable type of
Network variable is very useful. Yeah.
integer and name it players num, and we need to instantiate any
How does this work?
network variable immediately
How
by
does this work?
clicking or typing equal to
The thing
new
is, I
network.
get how it works, but then I just have no clue how to apply it. My system is specific, so I don't know.
Variable type of integer. Then in the update function, we store inside the network variable its value.
So I'm screwed when it comes to applying this to my project.
Clients.count.
Yes, update.
So now we have the count of the players connected in that value to the text.
That's fantastic.
The text equals to the player, the text
Okay.
component.
Now my question is, does this need to be? Why doesn't this need to be a network behavior? That's where I'm confused. When does it? This is a mono behavior. This does not need to be a network behavior. He's using network variables. He's updating them. When you change it, who's in charge of this? Who's in charge of this variable? It's on everyone's client. It's running code everywhere. What?
The text component.
Is he gonna do this later?
If we play the game, now we get this error message saying that the connected clients should only be accessed on the server. So let's adjust the code to
Okay.
make that happen.
Should only be
First, we
accessed
need
on
to
the
inherit
server.
from network behavior instead of mono
Okay,
behavior
network
to be able
behavior,
to
that
access
makes
the
sense.
network properties.
Well, now, when you
Then,
change that from mono behavior to network behavior, what does that even
before
mean?
we start the update function lines,
I don't
we
really get what that network variable is doing there if he's just getting the counter from the network manager. Seems weird. Maybe that's what he's explaining now. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
set this if. So if we are not the server,
Why does this
then
variable need to be, why does this need to be a network variable?
we return. So this only will be executed on the server, which is in our case the host. Now if we hit
On the
play, we
server. It's only executed on the server, which is the host. Because it's a server host client service. This is a client server setup where the client is also the server, right? Is that what that was? Or is it client host server client?
which is in our case
Host
the
close
host.
server client.
Now if we hit play, we get this
Blurver.
message saying that any script that contains network behavior should contain a network object component. So would you
Right.
like to
Okay.
add that? Of course, yes.
So now that it's a network object, does it need to be spawned in, or can it just be sitting in the scene? And if it's sitting in the scene, if it's already just sitting in the scene, who's the owner of it? Is it the client, or is it?
we forgot to add network object to the network UI because it contains network behavior.
Please tell me. Please tell me. Please tell me. It's a network object, right? It's in the scene, and every client has this when they load the level because it's in the scene. And who owns it?
So now if we run the game and start the host,
I don't even think he needs that player's num at all right now. It's not really doing anything. He just grabs the connect client's count and then immediately changes the UI. What did you miss? So many questions. So much. Well, I just this guy.
on the server,
We have a
which is
well, I'm watching him, and he's not, and I'm just trying to see if he explains what he's doing. So he has a network variable called players num, and Bucket is saying this seems unnecessary. That players num, this doesn't need to be a network variable because we're just setting that value to be the connected clients dot count, and then we're changing the count. Like, can't we just do players count text equals network manager? Why do we need this network variable? I hate when people teach the principles of and it's like pointless and you don't need to do this. He's setting it on a server object. So he's showing how a server authoritative layout might look.
is in our case
Huh?
the host. Now if we hit
Huh?
play, we get this message saying that
Because so now it's
any
now this is a network behavior, and it needs
script that contains
a network.
behavior
It needs a
should
network.
contain network UI.
It needs a
because
network
it
object.
contains-
So now that it's a network object and it's in the scene, who owns this? Who's the owner? Do you need to spawn this in now that it's a network object so the server can know who the owner is? Who owns it if it's just sitting there? The server is the owner by default. Okay, so if it's just sitting in the scene. Okay, so it's sitting in the scene. let me try and wrap my head around this. It's sitting in the scene, and you connect to a server as a client. So now, as soon as it starts up, it says, wait a second, this client doesn't own network UI, so don't run the code. It only runs on the server. I think I'm getting confused because of the player manager system. Maybe. I thought I had the same problem with Fishnet. I just don't get why. I just don't get it. Just don't get it. Or rather, how players are handled by the network manager. Yeah, I don't. It's a jumble in my head, and there's lots of missing pieces. So the network UI, it's like, what's a client? Like, I need to put it in like people terms. I need to put it in like real object terms. Somebody loads up an application on their computer. They are the client. A client is just some guy's PC, right? Get someone else to do it? Oh my God. If I had the money. If I had the money. Okay, so a client is just some guy's PC, okay? He loads up everything. Now his network manager. Does his network manager, when a client loads up and he loads into the scene, it loads the network manager for him. But the network manager knows that it's a client connecting by default. It just knows. Where's Top Hat? So the network manager is okay. Okay, so so it connects. Okay, so the network manager is an object that kind of tells if you join a server, it knows it's a client. Okay, so it's a client now. So now, okay, wait, okay, maybe I'm slowly connecting the dots here. The client joins a server. And that server could also be a client. It's if they're a client and a host at the same time, that's the server, right? Their instance, when they load a scene, that scene is the server. They're still spawned in. Their players spawned in. Now, say for instance, I'm on my PC, I join as a client, and the network manager says, we're a client. Does our network manager spawn in the prefab, or does the server's network manager spawn in the prefab? So the idea is you want the server to be the single source of authority for as much information as possible. Now look at it this way. I don't care about cheating and hacking in this game because it's a co-op game, and you just want your friends to join. You just want your friends to join and have fun. If your friend's a cheater, you can just find a different friend, right? So I don't care that much about cheating, hacking, that sort of thing. All I want is to sync. I just want to put these two people in a world and sync it all together. That's all I need to do, really. The player system in Network Manager is kind of special. Do they have a documentation for that in here somewhere? Look, I read this. Understanding ownership and authority. This did not help. This did not help me. I don't get any of this. I'm missing a piece. Is there a level above this in here? Is there a before this network components object? I've read network object. This has not helped me. Getting started, install it. I've done that. Quick start, migrating. That doesn't seem to be helpful. Network topologies, configuring connected transport using Unity Relay. My brain can't pick this up. I don't know exactly the details of how it works, but basically when you join, your client asks the server to spawn a player and make you the owner of it. Oh, okay. I'm not just dumb. It's also hard. You're not only dumb, it's also difficult to learn. Yeah. I'm just trying to... I'm going to be sitting here for 4 hours just trying to get a grasp onto this. The RPC system. Skip all this nonsense. I know, but multiplayer, playing with a friend, it's fun. And also, I have this game here with combat. I mean, I'm not 1,000% sure what this game is going to be. I want, I have, Project Dick. This could be a fighter game, a 1v1 first-person fighting game, arena fighter. This could be, grocery store, which I do like that idea quite a bit. Look, the player objects article. Okay, player objects and player prefabs article. Might take a while to figure it out, but it'll be worth it. I hope so. Player object. I mean, I've been trying to learn multiplayer my entire Unity life, and I've tried like Leper said, like 10 times, but I just never get it. I always end up quitting. This is the hardest I've ever tried, and I'm coming in with a lot of past experience, and I'm thinking like, okay, maybe this is the time that I get it. Grocery store Riddick light. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's a good one. Player objects and player prefabs. Player objects are an optional feature in netcode. Optional. Player objects that you can use to assign a network object to a specific client. Assign a network object to a specific client. What does that mean? Does that mean make a specific network object the owner? I mean, make a client the owner of that specific network object? Is that what they mean by assign? What do you mean, why he already live? I'm late. You think I can do it? I don't know. I second that, just gotta keep working at it. I know, but I give up so easily. That's what is owner refers to. When you assign a network object. Now I'm confused. I'm confused again. I've lost it. I've lost it all right now. So when you assign, when you're the owner, who cares? Who gives a crap? What the owner of what? Okay, so a network object, is that an object that appears on every single client? If a network object exists, does that mean it exists for everybody, no matter what, because it just has to be there? It's either spawned in or it's there from the get-go? Yes. I'm just missing these little connections. I'm so close. So a network object is there for everyone. So if I break out a weapon, for example, those need to be network objects. So when I spawn in, so when a player spawns in and they spawn in with an inventory full of weapons, every weapon needs to be a network object. because when I switch to that weapon as a player, the other players need to see that network object get enabled. If you want to send any data between server and client, it has to go through network object. Okay. But how exactly you lay that out is up to you. Okay. Okay, perhaps I'm getting closer. Perhaps I'm getting closer. Personally, I have just one network object with a class that synchronizes data. Oh. That's interesting. This is not going to be a massively multiplayer game. Let's say there's 4 people that it needs to sync with, you know? So basically, I make a puppet object and use network variables to store state information and RPCs to send events. Maybe I could do something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure what the RPCs do yet. I'm reading this. Okay, so player objects are an optional feature in netcode for game that you can use to assign a network object to a specific client. But let's say for example, let's take a grocery store simulator example. Let's say there's a box on the floor, right? That's a network object, and it's syncing with everybody because it's physics. It's a physics object that's just sliding around on the floor. We only need one person. We only need one person to be syncing the physics, right? So let's say the server owns it and the server is running the physics loop. The physics is disabled for everybody else. And the server is calculating the physics and sending that box will be owned, updated, synchronized by the server. Okay. So let's say a player who owns themselves, they pick up that box. How how do we pick up that box? I know how to do that single player, but it's owned by the server. How do I have a mental block in understanding how a player can pick that box up? That's one of the simplest and hardest problems. Oh my god. And the position will be sent to each client. That's one of the simplest and hardest problems. Because I can't wrap it's owned by the server. How can the other player how can the other player pick it up? Like it seems extremely complicated to try and get that to work. You need to change the ownership if you want the player to send the position. So that would probably be the best idea. So you walk up to that box, and that player says, pick up box. Switch ownership. Now that player is now in control of updating its position and all that stuff. Like, okay, now I'm holding it, and now I'm in control. I'm the captain now. I am the captain now. Where this box goes, that's where it goes. Okay, so then I move it over there. Now let's say, okay, so it would, okay. You know what? I think I'm getting into the groove. I'm getting in the groove here. But now let's say this, for example. Let's say 2 players, just for no reason. Let's just say 2 players can hold the box at the same time. One person holding it on one end and the other on the other end. That seems impossible. Even though I won't have that feature, I'm just wondering, that seems impossible. That seems impossible. It can be done, but that seems impossible. Okay, it can be done. Okay, so I'll just say, okay, so my next problem, you probably want to do it server side. So neither of them are in control of the box. Is that what you're saying? But then how do they even interact with it and touch it? So let's say the box is always controlled server side. You pick it up with your hands, and it's glitching out in your hands because the server, it has lag. And then somebody else tries to grab it out of your hands and pull it away from you. I'm lost. I'm gonna stop with this example because I'm not gonna. This is not a feature in the game. But yeah, that does seem impossible. Just don't do that. Okay. Great idea. Okay, so now a very real something that I already have. My character is gonna swing and punch at somebody, and it's gonna hit them, and it's gonna spawn a particle effect, and it's gonna take health away. So I'm an owner of my character. I swing and I hit the dude. I hit my guy. I think when I hit my guy, there's a network animator component that can help with that. Okay, well here, okay, I have a small issue. Let me try that. I'm gonna go my guy. Now, is that difficult to get set up? If I just try network animator. My animator's right here. This doesn't just work, right? It also takes some understanding. I heard there's like but it's easy to set up. So with Fishnet, I tried this. It didn't work at all. So I'm not 100% sure what was going on with that, but it was just not working whatsoever because I'm using Animancer. So I'm not sure how that's gonna work. The network animator component provides a fundamental example of how to synchronize animations during a network session. You can also use RPCs, network variables, and custom messages to create a custom animation synchronization and if it suits the needs of your project better. Use network animator animation states and synchronize with players joining an existing network. Players joining an existing network session are synchronized with the animator's current properties and states, with the exception of animator trigger properties. They are only synchronized. Replace animator.setTrigger with network animator.setTrigger. I don't use setTrigger. Do I need to go into my Animancer code and do that? Because that's the problem. That's a problem. I'm using Animancer. And Animancer has absolutely no network functionality. I'm pretty sure. For some reason. I looked at the Animancer's docs on network stuff. It didn't have anything. I'll look again. Maybe I searched wrong. What can Animancer do to make networking easier? Blah, 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 blah. I think I saw this. And at the end, they said, buy the new Animancer version 8.0 because it has animation serialization that you can use and this, and it's super complicated. And then finally, you can have animations that are synced. Yeah, you're going to need to roll own networking animation integration, then that sucks. So I'm not going to have animation. That's basically what it is. Now, I had an idea, though. I had an idea. What if, I don't know what RPC calls it, but what if I just played the animation on everybody's, client? Instead of trying to synchronize it, just play the animation, just send it, just send the call, right? Call it. Call the function on everybody's. Does that make sense? Would that work? So when I say instead of play animation, instead of just calling play animation, I would get the network object. It'll just be very desynchronized depending on your ping. Oh. Lock up Abe Lincoln with nothing but a PC and multiplayer tutorials and see where he gets in a week. Why Abe Lincoln? The other thing is, who's in charge of when you get hit? Is it the guy punching or the guy getting hit? I want it to be the guy punching. Or would it be better if it was the guy getting hit? I feel like it would feel better if you punched somebody and you saw it and they got punched. But also maybe feel a little worse if you thought you were far enough away when he punched you. But I was thinking the hit registration would be all on the client side. Yeah, it's janky either way. Yeah. Faster internet, lower ping is better. But it's not a competitive game, though. I was thinking that's probably fine. It's not a competitive game. I don't even care about cheating. You can cheat if you want. But the problem is if there's no... Okay, yeah, that's true. Well, you know what? I could punch somebody. You know, I can worry about animations later. Possibly. Then just use an RP. Let me check out the RPCs here. Where's that at? RPC. What is this? Remote procedure calls. Send an event when you press punch. Send an RPC when you hit an enemy. Send an event when you press punch? Wait, how so? Send an event when I press punch. How so? How so? What do you mean by that? Let me go to my... Okay, so here's how it works. Fists is an object. This is your default weapon that you spawn with. It's a physical item. Fists. Oh, send an RPC when you press punch. Send an RPC when you hit an enemy. Okay. So, fists, item. An item holds a list of abilities, and then here they are. All the abilities go on this ability object, and each ability is responsible for receiving, like checking input, and then playing the animation and doing all the special abilities, you know, sound effects, and playing sound effects and animations and particle effects, basically. When you get hit, I think there's always a particle effect for just getting hit by anything and anywhere. So we go to the attack ability. When you begin the ability, let's see, where is this? Update ability, blah, 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 blah. Now this would need to be a oh god, it's an item ability. Hold on. An item ability needs to be a network behavior. So when we attack, it's an item ability, which is a network behavior. Let's see, where is this at? Update velocity, blah, blah. Try use. So if everything goes well, we call use. This is kind of overcomplicated, but whatever. Use starts the start attack coroutine, which sometimes involves timing and things like that, but you should consider just having only one network behavior to start with. One network behavior for everything. Saying one script. For one player. RPC it. I should be RPCing it, right? Well, right now I do have one. Wouldn't that get messy if you put everything in one script? Is that what you're talking about? Wouldn't that get pretty messy if you'd have one massive script to handle everything? I mean, this is already big enough and it's not really doing anything that fancy. RPCing it. Netcode for GameObject has two parts of its messaging system: remote procedural calls. Okay, let's look at that. RPC. Any process can communicate with any other process by sending a remote procedure call. RPC. As of Netcode for GameObject version 1.8.0, the RPC attribute encompasses server to client RPCs. Client to server RPCs and client to client RPCs. The RPC attribute is session mode agnostic and can be used in both client server and distributed authority contexts. That's great to know. Yes, it will get messy, but at least you'll know where things fail. Server RPCs. Now, which one would I want to send? Let me just use my system that I have real quick and try and get it to work, because I really don't want to rewrite all my code. Like, if you scatter network behaviors through all your classes, it's going to be really hard to track down. Well, I've only got like 2 right now. In fact, I've only got 1. I just added 1 to the item ability. Let me try. Let's say if I needed to add it to the item ability. Let me try, because and if it pisses me off, I'll try. Well, I'd say I'd like to try your way, but I don't really get that way either. I don't get either way. Server RPCs. The client calls my server RPC. Only call side, no execution client side. It doesn't happen client side? Or is that why not? Latency between client and server, my RPC, executed on server version of object. Object exists on both client and server. So there would be like a delay when I punch. I say, you say, me say. Is that what that is? So I need to create another one here. Public void start attack RPC. I'll call this server. Server start attack RPC. What do I have to do here? Server RPC? Is that what I need to do? I'm not 100% sure. And then that. And then server start attack RPC. Is that what needs to be done? So when I use the object, I start the attack and I call this RPC. Start server attack RPC. Start server attack RPC. Okay. Needs to have server RPC and the suffix. Okay. That like that. Is the death thing working? Nothing's working yet, Bling Money. 0 things are working. Okay, so now Okay. Start attack server RPC. Start attack server RPC. Okay, perfect. Start attack. So start attack, and then that's the, okay. The suffix. Right. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Right. That, okay. Okay, now I see what you mean. Okay. Your brain is working. Thank you. So, when this is called from a client, it calls this why does it call this? Where does this, what does this RPC call? Does this call it on everyone's client? Yesh? It should? Is that true? Bling, what are you saying? You don't know what this is doing. Why are you saying things? I know what you want it to be doing. I know how it's done. Really? And this ain't it. Is that true? I'm waiting. Do you have an opinion on this? It gets called on the client and gets executed on the server. What? Oh. Okay, so when is use called though? Use when a client clicks a button. When a client presses, let me go to where is this? Item ability. Get input. So we're calling get input. Where is this? Okay. In late update, we're always going, hey now, are you pressing a button? Are you using this? Thank you, Bling. Are you pressing the button? Are you all good? Okay, now it's going to try and use it. And then we go into our try and use, which does a bunch of stuff. And if we can actually use it, then we call use. And our use, I think I have one too many methods here. The use, I think a lot of this stuff could be done in use. But I think I wanted an enumerator just in case I wanted to pause for timing during the attack. So basically, once we use it, that starts the coroutine. But now I have one more in between. Now when I use it, it starts the server RPC attack, which then stops the current attack coroutine if we have it, and then starts a new one. It's a little complicated. Even though I have wanted an enumerator just for timing and stuff, but for this specific ability, it doesn't even use like a pause, wait for a second or anything. So it you know what I mean? But yeah, that's what it is. So this is a server RPC. We call this, and on every client in the game, it runs this code for that specific network object. That input only ever be called by the player? It'll be called by AI too. Are you checking for ownership? Oh yes. Back in character. If it checks right here, if you're not the owner, then it sets your brain to AI, which means it disables your controller input for all of your attack abilities and everything. So you can't use your weapons or control your character or do anything. So if you're not the owner. So right here at this point, we don't really need to check for owner because or input, because we should know that the owner is calling this already. So this should be set, right? Is that right? Or I'm just when should I go in game and attempt to see if this does anything? Is this correct? This seems weird. This seems like this shouldn't work, right? This should be broken. This should be wrong. So you might have to call a client RPC from the server RPC. Oh. Yeah, right now it'll only animate on the server. Wait, so I need one more. Wait. Start attack client RPC like this. And then this goes in here. And then this is the client RPC. And then in here you call the start attack client RPC. Really? That's wait. Okay. Wait. You should do psychedelics and sit in a dark room for 3 days with Thomas Brush videos on loop, and you'll get the information through osmosis. Now you're doing a full round trip. Okay, so I'm going to the server and I'm saying, hey, run this on the client. So if I were to just run start attack on the server, it would only run on the server. So why don't I just go on to... But every single client will receive it. Okay. Now, if I were to just call client RPC and skip the start server, let's say I just called start client RPC when we use. That will only run on my client. Why? If it runs it on the server, what's the difference between... Because let's say that can only be called from the server. Client RPC can only be called from the server. You can't call client RPC from clients. Oh, but you can call a server RPC from a client. You have to go through the server. Okay, so now if I hit play, something might happen here, you think? So you can't, let me comment this. You can't call this from a client. You have to go through the server, pal. Fingers crossed. Okay, here we go. Let's see what happens. So now the fists, prefab. I'll manually add it. Thank you. I'll go to fist. Now this needs a network object, right? I fell off again? No. No! Okay, so the actual fist item needs to be a network object. But wait a second. I'm not done yet because I need to go to the network manager and add the fists as an object. Oh, it's already there. Oh, it does it automatically? Oh yeah, don't synchronize. Okay, so now that this network object is here, it's automatically added to the spawn list. But now, okay, hold on. But now I need to go to I need to have another network manager. Don't synchronize this. Because if I go to my character, oh wait, no, I don't. Because it's under my character. Oh no, I need another network behavior for inventory. Because my inventory takes my fists and spawns them in. But now I have to spawn them in through the server, through the network or something, right? If I go to my inventory, I need this to be a network behavior. This is what I mean about having a whole hierarchy of network behaviors. It gets messier quicker. We'll see. We'll see. I don't understand how, but let me keep going and learn the hard way. I just need to do this so I can understand how it works. And then maybe I can come up, then I can, figure out the like, oh, that's why this system is bad. That's good. Okay, I have this. Add default items. That's all I need right now. Add default items. So when I add the default items, it loads in a fists item from the pool. Do I need to spawn that in? How do I need to spawn that in and set its owner? Because I spawn that in, I load that in for the player. It's instantiated using the using the pooling system that I have. Lean pool. Object pooling. Oh, you can pool on the network. Object spawning. You learn multiplayer in Return to Castle Wolfenstein. How? But how? A network prefab is any Unity prefab asset that has one network object component attached to a game object within the prefab. More commonly, the network object component is attached to the root game object of the prefab asset because this allows any child game object to have the network behavior components automatically assigned to the network object. The reason for this is that a network object component attached to a game object will be assigned associated with any network behavior components on the same game object that the network object component attached to any children of the game. Yeah, whatever you call instantiate, you also need to get the network object and call spawn at the same time. At the same time, you say. So I do fists item dot get component network behavior dot spawn on network spawn. In the multiplayer mode. Oh my god. On Godot, you can have RPCs called existing functions so you don't have to change them to be network specific. I'm starting a GoFundMe for you to switch to Godot. I'm switching at 100K. Network object, not network behavior. Oh. That makes sense. Spawn. Oops. Spawn as player object? Spawn with ownership? I should do a player object, right? The owner client ID should be, let's see. I have reference to my character. Network object ID. True. Is that it? There you go. Fantastic. I hope that works. Now I just got to do it with the rest of the items. There we go. You doubt it will? Okay. Yes, I'm making a video game. I have a game kind of, and I'm adding multiplayer to it right now, and it's not. I don't completely get it, but we'll see. I just Fall Guys like or Roblox-esque. This is more like This is more like the gameplay right now is more like it's actually most like Chivalry or Mordhau kinda. But it's inspired by the Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay. You can tell how jaded. Yeah. With how it is on Unity, I see it now. I mean, so many people who just know it are just like, yeah, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, and you're done. They seem to understand it. Okay, let's see if this works. It is now cloning and cloned with the other one, I think. They all had to go through the same thing you're going through now. No! Everyone has to learn. No! No! I mean, if it weren't for Leper and people helping me, I'd be dead. I wouldn't be doing this ever. I need a teacher. Learning is unavoidable. You will learn. So there needs to be a law about that. You cannot make me learn. That sounds Chronicles of Ridiculous. Not really. I must always jest. Thank you, Clay. All right, I'm in. I'm punching. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Item 90. A lot of what's going on there. At 90. Model. Okay, that's weird. Oh! Why is that there? Why is that weapon there? Oh, none of my weapons loaded incorrectly. Cool. All right, so now let's play over here. Oh, I don't know. It's probably... Oh, the inventory at 73. Let's see. Start as client. This guy does not... Oh! Okay, now I'm T-posing. This dude's really messed up, and this guy has no weapons. Got nothing. That's interesting. So the first error. Network object moved under a non-network object parent. Oh, I'm calling things... I have a wake? Oh. I'm calling on awake. Shouldn't I call on like a network awake or a network start or spawn? Coliseum, I can barely hear him. Thank you, Clagger. You're a ray of sunshine on an otherwise cloudy day. Network objects need to be in a hierarchy of network objects. Wah. That was the first error? What is this first? Let's check the error. Good thing. Okay, invalid parenting. Network object moved under a non-network object parent. My inventory? Oh! Wait, no. Can we just force Bling Money to learn Unity and have him do this? Is that possible? I know. Bling Money, move over here. Learn it, since it's so easy for you. Play again? Alright, I'm going. Let's just see what's where. Okay. Network. Start this host. Okay. Look at that. What's that? Lean pool fists. Okay, that's the pool. A character. Logic, inventory, items. There's nothing under the items. I have no items. How? Fist, box cutter. That's the pool. Okay, they have a box cutter, which is just sitting out in the open. Oh, okay. I only did the setup for the fists. Whoops. Weapons, box cutter. The box cutter needs a network object and do not synchronize. The fist has the same thing. Okay. Metal pipe. Okay. I think we're good. I mean, I don't think we're good, but that's something. CMD ipconfig flush DNS fixes all my problems. Good luck. Thank you, Clagger. I'm gonna do that very soon. Okay. Oh, less errors. Now it's just invalid parenting. Oh. Thought they were all parented to the player. Oh, okay, hold on a second. Because when you spawn it in, add item to inventory. Then spawn in the network thing from where it is. Because it spawns it in and then it moves it to the inventory. So do I spawn it in, move it to the inventory, and then spawn as the player object? That might do it. Okay. That's why it's just sitting out in the open, in the world. Invalid parenting. Invalid parenting. Might also make it worse. Hey, it's gonna get worse before you die. Invalid parenting. Takes you back. All right, here we go. Now it's gonna work. 1000% this works. Start the host. What do you mean? Can only be reparented after being spawned. Network object can only be reparented after being spawned. Do I need to because okay, so it's spawning it out into the world, out into the open, and then its parent is being changed. But now it's saying, wait a second, you cannot change its parent because this is the network object. But you can't spawn it because it's not in a valid. How does this work? Wait, whoops. It's an invalid parenting. Okay, so when I add the item to the inventory from the world, I need to change that code, maybe? So add item to inventory from world. Where's that? This is the world item. So world item.transform.set parent. So is there like a different thing? See why I like to only have one? I don't see that yet. I don't understand. This is just normal programming for me. I don't see why only having one would help this. I don't see that yet. I don't get it. It's times like this that I would just make my own engine. Why would you do that? How do I object spawning? How do I move an object? So instantiate my prefab. Instance networked object equals instance equals network object. Instance network object dot spawn. Now how do I change the parent after it's spawned? It's times like these that make me say, Lord, if you see me, please come my way. Sad, but it's true. Spawn as player object. Network item equal that. Spawn that. And then put the network item in here. Do I need to do it twice? I need to put the actual item? Or because it's networked, it will appear. It will do what it says if I only set the parent of the networked item. So if I go to add inventory, I need a So I add item to inventory from world. So the networked item, what? Is there a transform? Is there a try-set parent? Is the inventory on the player? It is. Try-set parent. Call this function from on network spawn. Okay. On network on spawn on override on network spawn. This is post spawn. What are you doing? On network spawn, please. That doesn't exist. Where am I? What am I looking at? Spawn. On network post spawn, pre-spawn, on network spawn. Why didn't that work? What? Okay. Override? Void type? Oh. Okay. I did it. All right. Wait, hold on. Okay. There we go. On network spawn, on network spawn. There we go. This was hard enough to get working without the network, so let's see how this works. This was very difficult to get working without the network stuff. Just the inventory system and spawning the weapons in and setting them up and getting the timings right on that and getting the execution order correct on that. Why did the network object refuse to go to the party? Because it couldn't find a valid parent and didn't want to spawn any trouble. My AI girlfriend wrote this one. I'm gonna have to give that one a 4 out of 5. Congratulations, Klager. Clagger. Is it Klager or Clagger? Okay. The given key 1 was not present in the dictionary. Okay, so what is the game canceled or people keep saying I can do this, but I'll give you 2035 reasons why I can't. There is no model.set position and rotation. There is no model. Why not? When do you set the model? We have the model. Awake. Model dot set location, position, and rotation. Model is just set manually. Find model parent. Is this call? Where is this? That's on awake. Please don't cancel. I'm still hurting after Concord. I might have to cancel this. This is what's the top error? I don't know. Something that I forget a long time ago. Given key 1 was not present in the dictionary. This is in the network spawn manager. Connected clients. Get Mr. Unity on the horn. I can't. And that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Klager. Klager for me. Clagger for Clagger for me, Clagger for you. It means complainer in Norwegian. Oh. The client ID you're sending is -1 for some reason. Or maybe because it's a host. Okay. So add default items. Spawn as player object. How about we just spawn with ownership? It wants a client ID. But character dot network object ID is -1. Did you guys hear GTA 6 was canceled? Yeah, the devs just couldn't figure it out. Come on, man, get real. This is not GTA 6, all right? All right, this is closer to GTA 5. GTA 6 still isn't out because they couldn't figure it all these years. I mean, I've seen their multiplayer. I've seen how their multiplayer works. They haven't figured it out, and they released anyway. So, can you see that function again? Yeah. Let me just get a bunch of errors real quick. Oh, that worked better. Only the owner can invoke a server RPC. That requires ownership. Okay. Okay, so network object moved. Now we're back to moving. This one, add default items. You know what, let's ignore this and focus. If you want us to add default item, this is just, we're just going to add fists. If the fist is not equal null and we have free space, which is we always do, it always runs this code. This is what it runs. It spawns in an item from the pool. I'm using lean pool. It just spawns it in. It creates a pool, pulls the object, and then it spawns it in. Okay. Then we get the component, the network object, and then we call spawn with ownership on our character. And we give the ownership to our character. Does our character need to be different? Never give up, never surrender, never back down, double down. It's not too late to become a dedicated Kitchen Chaos streamer. It's not. You're right. Get Hideous Leper on the first flight to your house and have him do it. GTA 5 got anti-cheat this week. BattlEye. Not even... Really? Finally? Why are they still working on that game? The game wasn't even good. Was it? I heard they made it like 10 times. They still didn't get it right. I'm still calling add item to inventory from world. I am. How else am I going to get the item and add it to my inventory? When it should be called from on network spawn only. Add item to inventory from world? But I can't. It is being called from that. Am I not? Yeah, it's being called from on network spawn. Because you're reparenting the network object before it's spawned. On network spawn. Do I need to create like a listener? So as soon as the inventory is spawned, it adds the default items, and it's trying to spawn this one with ownership. Do I need to go into this item and wait for it to get... We're reprinting the item before it spawns. Is that what's happening? Is there a wait for, or can the add default items, can that be an I enumerator and wait for it to be spawned? Is there like an on spawn? Is spawned? While is not spawned? You can listen for on network spawn. Call Hideous Leper on the phone and pay for international and have him talk you through it. On network behavior. Oh, okay. I see. So I'll do a public, or I'll do a private void on network spawn item. And then I guess it would be... Would it be a network behavior item? Network behavior dot on network spawn plus equal reparent item. Uh, what does the add item to the inventory do? It adds it and then equips it. If it can. Good luck, boys and girls. I'm hitting the sack, going to bed. Don't worry. May your players be multi, Michael. Thank you, Klager. Thank you very much for spreading your presence around this evening. It's helped me quite a bit. Later, Klager. See you later, Ella Klager. Okay. I'm just gonna do it and see what happens. Reparent item. Whoops. So, first I need to get the component. Network object dot spawn with ownership character dot owner client ID. Then get the component network behavior plus equal reparent item. And I need to, what is that? On network, what is that? That's not a listener. Hey, Mr. Power Up. Doesn't have the right, is it just nothing or? It's void. There's no, is there parameters? Is there parameters? What's going on? What is it? What does it want? Delete the reparent item function. Done. Done and done. Cannot assign because it is a method group. I can automatically generate it. Network baby. Are you sure network on network spawn? Is that a are you sure that's something I can that's not like a delegate, is it? That's just a function. Once you're done with this, you got to go back to work, left. By the way, once you're done working on this, you got to go work on your own stuff now. You swear it must be some sort of obscure. It's something else. It's just vaguely something else. A network object on. Yeah. All the people who believed, you are done. You are dumb, actually. All the people who believed in me, dumb. Stupid. I am not making a multiplayer game. This is a failed attempt. Gonna have to do it on the item itself. Okay, public void I'm gonna copy this. Add item to inventory from world. Here we go. If character dot inventory dot has free space. That's what I need. Doesn't turn false. Transform dot set parent to item holder, which does not exist. So it's character dot item inventory dot get item. Don't have it. Let's see. Public transform get item holder. Return item holder. Okay, item. Get item holder. Then make this an inventory item. Disable us. I have to do that last, I guess. Wait, add our item to our free inventory slot. Oh, that's different. Add item to our free inventory slot. Current items. Our first empty equals. Can I do character dot item inventory? You have to leave now? No, we got a little closer. I'm kind of understand it a little more, but I think at the end of the day, I'm still gonna quit. But I'm gonna try a little of this first. I'm gonna try a little bit of this first. Get current items. First empty equals game object. That did it. And then equipped. If we equip, then we do character dot item inventory. Basically, it's got to do everything third party. Equip item. This, us. Okay, so add item to inventory from world. Now, this is a mono behavior. Now this needs to be a network behavior. On awake, on start. So instead of on start, then we do override on network spawn. We'll do that. Oh no. There's also on enable. Make world item. Now there's a problem of there's a problem. Hide in inspector, public, bool, spawn as inventory item equals false. This is not a good way to do this, I assume. But if we do that, then add item to inventory from world. There we go. And we go into inventory and spawn this in. We do not add the item to the inventory from the world. We spawn with ownership. And then, okay, we spawn it. And then we get our fists item and do spawn as inventory item equals true. Then we spawn it with ownership, and then the item will take care of the rest. And the rest is history. And just like that, it works perfectly, flawlessly. And it's all just going to work. No errors. And we're going to be able to fight and kill each other, I think. That's that. I think that's that. That's just that. Those are the facts. Here we go. Here we go. No errors today. Reload that. Can tick off make multiplayer. Yeah, that's the easy way out. It'll just work if I did that, but I want to do this the hard way. Okay, start host. You can't help you're a Godot freak. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I have a fix for this though. This is actually fine. Fist items dot set. Nope. Make inventory item and make the owner our character. That's all I need to do. You can't help either. You're a freak. Shun him and spurn him. Okay, I just fixed another classic error. And I'm ready to go. Aren't we all freaks in our own little way? It just so happens that mine matters today. What a coincidence. Isn't it funny the way the world works? One day, you're having your annual freak off. The next day, you're in prison. For freaking it too hard. Okay, I can punch? Alright, we're back. Finally. We're back to only one error with object moved under a non-network object parent. Hold on, let me go back. Start host. Okay, so on transform parent changed at yeah. Yeah. Is that still happening? Why is that still happening? Here are the fists. The network object, anyway. Either way. Invalid parenting network object moved under a non-network object parent. But I have a network object. When was it moved? Item 255. Transform.setParent. But this is called after it's all done. On network spawn. Add item. Set parent. Character. Item inventory. Get item holder. Does my inventory need to have a separate? I thought it doesn't. I thought it didn't need to be separate. If I go to my inventory, my items, and this doesn't need to be. This doesn't need to have a network. This doesn't need to be a network object. Hey, Mick. What are you doing over there? Get back over here. Maybe you actually need to synchronize transforms. It's under the network object. Should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine. Network object. Synchronize transform. What's that mean? Auto object parent sync. Yeah. Box cutter. Fists. Machine. Synchronize them all. Synchronize that transform, please. That'll fix them. Most sane YouTube chatter. It's under a network object. Should be fine. Yeah. We'll see. No, the sync didn't work. What's this? Error at item 101. Late update. Model. Set position and rotation. Awake. I'm calling things on awake. That should be fine. Right? So we spawn it. And when we spawn it in, I always spawn this in normally like this. What's the difference? Find the model parent. For every model holder and transform.root.get components in children model holder.model holder slot equals default model holder slot model parent equals holder.transform. Wait, that's model parent. What about regular model? Wait, there's no model? Wait, is it saying model is not? Model.set position rotation current parent. Okay, when is current parent updated? Current parent equals new parent. That's the only place? Hey. Current parent. Where exactly is that first error again? Did you maybe not delete the item reparenting? Oh, yeah, let's see. Is switch model parent not being called? Then? I don't know. So this one, invalid parent exception. It's being called. Yeah, item 255. But first, we make sure we spawn the item in. We spawn it as an inventory item. Make sure it's true. And then give it the character as an owner. And then we spawn with ownership. Now, in item, as soon as it's spawned on network spawn, we check if it's spawned as inventory item, which it is. Then we add it to the item. Add the item to the world here. And as soon as we change its parent, it screws up. It freaks out. Which is on. Oh, you know what? Make inventory item? That's when we find the model parent. What is current parent? Current parent is being called here in late update. And then switch model parent. Where's that being called? Make world item. On unequip. On equip. So as soon as it's I don't know, that should work. That's weird. I'm assuming all the later errors are due to the object not spawning correctly. Yeah, probably. That's probably what it is. So it's setting our parent to our character, item inventory, get item holder. True. Picking up UFO 50 and playing Mortal 2 until my eyes bleed. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I don't think I'm ever going to learn multiplayer here, so I think I might just quit now. All in favor, say aye, and then I'll just get back to doing what I do normally, which is not multiplayer. Just as lost as me. Great. Like, can you not set the transform? And when you set the transform, you're just setting it here. It's not, but it's being set as a network item, but is it not syncing for everyone else? So later this is going to be a problem because it's not going to sync with everybody else, right? We spawn in the item. We say spawn as an inventory item. Spawn as an inventory item. We say make this an inventory item. That's just to give us our character. Now, spawn with ownership. With the owner client ID. And this is only called on network spawn. Now, wait a second. We have on network spawn here. Perhaps post spawn? What was it? Oh, they don't have that anymore. It's gone now that I want that. Now that I want to try it, it's gone. What was it? Oh yeah, on network post spawn. Why does that exist? Why didn't it exist? Oh, it was protected? On network, please work. Post spawn. So this will happen after. So let's just put this over here. Yeah. That'll fix everything. On network, please work. They might they might have that. Maybe they that might be a hidden function. Please. It doesn't make any sense. Ha ha. But this will work on here, right here. This will fix all of my problems. What do you mean? I mean, I'm still punching. Is it my other items? It's the fist's work. Wait, it's the only... What do you mean? What do you mean? Put my other guy in here right now. I'm punching. The item is in there. Is it just the network? It's not synced on the network? Start this client. For crying out loud. Hello? Okay. This doesn't... Now punching doesn't work. Okay. Network spawn. Add default items. Spawn it. Okay, let me get rid of this. And don't equip any item. No point. No point in equipping any item. Perhaps. Let me not complete them. Let me just play in a nasty, unlit environment. Go. Okay. Okay, invalid parenting. Now let's switch to the fists. It does not have anything set to where it needs to be set. Why not? Model is the model. And the model, yes, right, of course. And 101 is the, what is 101? Item 101. I don't know why I'm trying to fix it. It's probably just, it's broken because it doesn't spawn in. Why am I trying to fix that problem? Let me try and, what's going on? Select this guy. All right, let's go. All right, so I can punch. Okay, so it's just the invalid parenting. Okay, you know what? Netcode, game objects, invalid parenting. Let's look at the official documentation here, parenting. If you aren't completely familiar with transform parenting in Unity, then it's highly recommend you to review over the existing Unity parenting rules. Setting the parent of a child's transform directly, that is, transform.parent equals child transform, always uses the default world position stays values of true. It's recommended to always use the network object.try_set_parent method when parenting if you plan on changing the world position stays default value. Likewise, it's also recommended to use network object.try_remove_parent method to remove a parent from a child. When a server parents a spawned network object component under another spawned network object component during a netcode game session, this parent-child relationship replicates across the network to all connected and future late joining clients. If, while editing a scene, you place... Let me try using different code then. Is that the problem? Try set... Wait, what's going on? This dot try get component network object dot try set parent. What's this? Yeah. Do that. Can we just send these kids to an orphanage or something? What kids? Will that fix the parent-child relationship? Oh, yeah. We don't know. We just don't know. Okay. Maybe that'll fix it. I used that method. I used their method that they love so much. That they're so obsessed with. What time is it? I haven't seen my family in 8 hours. We should sue Unity if this doesn't work. Can we get a GoFundMe for a lawyer? For the best lawyer in the world? No errors. I also can't punch. Where are the fists? Oh, wait. Select the item. Okay. I can punch now. But now it's not set to the object. Okay, that is a different error. But there's no error. The error is gone for emotional distress. Oh my god. That was it. Okay, now 101 is broken because model, our model, we're setting it to our current parent dot position. Model parent equals. Now, what is current parent? What's the point? Is this a redundant thing to have? Get rid of current parent. Get the model parent. If model parent equals null, find model parent. And then on late update, use the model parent dot position rotation. Switch model parent equals new parent. I think that might have been like a redundant or just like an unnecessary extra variable that's left over from crappy code. Make Unity make it work for us. Use the money from the lawsuit to hire a Unity dev. Oh yeah. After we sue Unity. But after this, if this is fixed, then I don't know what. Network manager, start host. Put the fist on. Okay. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with you? Okay, but if I go to my character, go to my inventory, items, it's not even in here. Where are the fists? They're here? I thought I was supposed to hold the items in my items inventory. How does this work? How does my inventory system work? Does anybody know? My item holder. Put it in items. What? It's not even in there. I'm punching though. It's working. I don't understand. I don't know what networking black magic you just did, but my internet died. Oh. My network, I networked too hard. Clear these errors. Wait, the errors stopped after a short time. Okay, now break out the old guy. The old guy here. Bring in the buddy. There we go. Okay, now we're both like this. Perfect. And then fists. Now I can't punch at all. What's going on here? Now I can't. Now, as this guy over here, I can't evoke the server RPC. You know what? I probably can punch. I just can't evoke that. But over here, I can evoke it. But it doesn't do anything. And these guys are screwed. So, clear errors, problem solved. Listen, if the errors clear out, then we're good. So I start up, it loads up. 1 second, it loads up, start the host. I have nothing equipped. I equip this. An item at 100. What item at 100? What's the what? Okay. Model parent. There is no model parent. So, why? On enable, if model parent is equal to null, find model parent. For every model holder. Oh, it's because it's not in my inventory. So add item. That's why. It never successfully... Yeah. Let's get item holder. Yeah. Item holder. Yeah. That's it. It's not putting it in my item holder. That's the problem now. Now it's not, it's actually not changing it's not changing it. It's not moving it. That's the problem. Okay, problem found. When we try to set the parent, it doesn't do that. It doesn't do it. He stole your internet to get the game working. The more internet I have, the more powerful I am. That's just a fact. Make inventory item. I'm not changing the parent here, right? Transform. Parent. Transform. Okay, wait. Make world item. That's setting the parent, but I don't ever call that on this. You're not allowed to play this video until you get punching working. What's the video? Okay. I don't think I'm ever going to play that video. There's nothing to get working here. It's not working. It's not setting the parent. When a server parents a spawn network object component under another spawn, yep, that never happens. So if while editing a scene, you place an in-scene placed component that doesn't something blah blah, you can perform the same parenting actions with in-scene placed network objects as you can with dynamically spawned network object components. Unlike network object prefabs that don't allow in-editor nested network object component children, in-scene placed network objects can have multiple generations of in-editor nested up. Wait, unlike network prefabs that don't allow in-editor nested network object component children. What? In-scene placed network objects can have multiple generations of in-editor nested network object. You can parent dynamically spawn network object components under in-scene placed network object components and vice versa. You can perform. Is that true? No, it's not fixed. Let me try a fix here. Is it? Does it want me to do this? Does it want me to have fun? Network object. How about that? Synchronize the transform. Sure, why not? Who cares? Is this what it wants me to do? Is this what it wanted me to do the whole time? I think that's what it's saying you can't do. I can do that. I did get an error. Spawning network object with nested network objects is only supported for scene objects. Child network objects will not be spawned. Okay, and it's not moving. Okay, you're right. They did say I can't do that. That's good, though. They're forcing me to keep it simpler. But the only problem is Tricent Parent is not working. Is Hideous Leper on a plane? No. They're on a boat. In Australia. Oh, God. Oh, no. Only a server or a host can parent network objects. Only a parent under a network object or nothing, root or null. You can only parent a network object under another network object. Only spawn network objects can be parented. A network object component can be... He's telling me the upside down version? It's not parenting. That's it. That's it. Let me just look this up. Unity, network for game objects, parenting, not working. Parenting error? Hi there. Hi, try removing the client RPC method and only call assigned parent server RPC and also make sure to do this and then also make sure to do that and also do this and also do that. How to handle parenting a network object to a non-network object transform. Instead of parenting, you can just parent the NGO in script by setting its position relative to the fake parent. Wait, there's a good link in the previous answer. Which one was that? Here? Here. You have violated one of these. Parenting rules? I've already read through these. It's not giving me any errors. It's just not parenting. That's the problem. It's not giving me any errors. It's just not doing it. How about this tip? When a network object is parented, netcode, for example, synchronizes both the parenting information along with the child transfer values. Netcode uses settings to decide whether to synchronize the local or world space transform values of the child. Okay. It's just not working. It's just not doing it. Why is it not doing it? It's just not doing it. Add item to inventory from the world. That's not what I'm wanting. Oh, this is the item. Inventory. Let's take it one step at a time. Try using the debugger after what happened last time. I'll do it. Where do I put it? It didn't work last time. I had to debug the debugger. The debugger stopped working. The debugger did not, and then it gave me a bunch of information I had no idea what to do with. But I'll do it. If I use that, you're gonna have to take me step by step, because that's not. Don't do it then. Yeah, that's not. That's never helped me. I don't get the debugger. I, that's more complicated than the multiplayer. You don't got time for that? No. No. Spawn the item into the world. Put it into the inventory. Make inventory item? What's happening in here? You know what? I'm gonna do this. No. Character. Okay. And instead of make inventory item, just set the character. Set the character manually. So we start with a specific character. So add the default items, create the item, set it to spawn as an inventory item, set the character, and then spawn it with ownership of the character. I don't know if that's not going to do anything. That'll probably optimize it by less than half a millisecond. I don't know how much of this is happening only on the server, how much is only on the client. I don't know either. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening either. This is looking like a no-go. And the people who said I believe are looking really dumb right now. Okay, there are the fists. Obviously not parented. Clearly not parented to anything. Go into my character. Open up my inventory. Items, nothing in there. It's not parented. Didn't do jack squat. It has no parent, so it's giving me this error. It's just not parenting. I don't know how to parent. I just don't know how to parent. The parent's not working. That's my problem. It's a very simple problem, I think. It's just not being a parent. Not a parent to me how to parent an item over the network. You're telling me to quit, Leper. Being a parent is tough work. Yeah. Feels like I'm watching a movie I've seen a million times, but in different language. That's accurate. That's accurate. Maybe that? How to parent. Connected get value, spell, warm up, client, RPC. The late joiners won't be able to see that weapon since they didn't receive the client RPC. Is that true? Get network object, get component, firepoint, transform.parent equals sender firepoint. If I do this, I'm going to get an error. Maybe I can look at that error. This is closer to how I do it. I never call spawn or use the ownership system outside of spawning the player. I just RPCs to send events so I know exactly when and where data is being passed between client and server. Then I can just ensure that the same functions get called on each and not have to rely on Unity's automatic synchronizing of transforms and stuff. But like that guy said, if you leave and come back, or if somebody joins late, it's not synced up. Is that a problem with your game, or is that guy crazy? I think I should worry about that problem later. Invalid parenting. Okay. I just had the tab muted for 30 seconds. What would joining late even mean for your game? Let's say it works exactly like Grocery Store Simulator. It takes a while for people to actually load into the game. Here's an example of the boss room code. Boss room, of course. Boss room. Why didn't I think of boss room? Update. If network manager is equal to null, then return. Require ownership equals false. Oh, then you can change the ownership. Interesting. Let's do it and see what the big deal is. So I think I did that, right? And item from world server RPC. Is this what it does? How'd they do it? What'd they do? Okay. Who calls this? Try grab. Update. Try grab. Okay. So you just press a button and it does it, calls it. And then in here is grabbed. Oh, it's got a thing. Okay. Sender client ID. Receive sender client ID. Sender player object. Player movement players sender client dot network object. It didn't work. They're just setting the parent. They're just setting the parent. Using the server RPC call. Me too. We're one and the same. When they're setting it? On update. They're doing it on update. Where the objects are in the hierarchy? What? 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 Get out of here. Stop compiling it on here first and then I gotta compile it twice every time. Leave me alone. When else would I call this? When else? When else? When else? On network spawn. This is after it's spawned. It's in the world. The inventory is in the world. The player's in the world. Everything has been spawned in, and it's calling it, and it does it. Then it's not real. It's saying it's not real. I don't understand. Demoralizing me? Mortal? Demortal? Two-tizing me? What is this? What does the error say exactly? Good question. I'm all about I'm all about entertaining. That's what I love to do. All right, let's take a look at this error, this simple error. Invalid parent exception. Invalid parenting network object moved under a non-network object parent. So when would that be? And it does that at line 256. Right here. Does the pooling system spawn the object under a parent? Huh. Huh. Can I can set its parent right off the bat. Or I can put it as null. Like make sure there's no parent. But that's before it's even spawned in. Maybe try force setting the parent in the pooling stuff for now. I think I did that. Or do you mean something else? Whoops. So that's error continues. Let me hold on. Let me boot it up. So right off the bat here in the game, the fists are spawned into the world. They have no parent. It's null. It's just sitting out in the open. No parent. Check every object in the hierarchy before and after the object is spawned. If you don't want to use the debugger, just debug.log its parent at each step of the way. Okay, I'm doing it. So, just print fists item dot parent. Okay, we set the character, get the parent. Okay, and then spawn with ownership. Okay, item on network spawn. Print the parent. Spawn as inventory item. Going down. I'll print it here before. I'm going to print it after. And then finally, at the very end, print it again. That's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I'm printing that 6 times. Running out of paper. I'm printing it 6 times. So let's see every step of the way. Which one does it do? Which one is its favorite? Start host. Okay, it's all null all the time. So it starts null, continues to be null, and this is all intentional. Except when we do the invalid parenting. We try to parent it, it doesn't work. And then it goes back to null and then null. Because it just didn't work. Didn't do it. So it's just not doing it. It refuses. It refuses to do it because something happened there. You just know it. What happened? Something good? Is it something stupid or you can't describe it? Can you show the hierarchy around get item holder? Around get item holder? I could print that. Let me print that. Show the item holder in the hierarchy? Yeah. It's empty. Start host. Character, logic, inventory, items. Here it is. This is the item holder. It's empty. If we go into the inventory, you can see item holder is items. And it's empty. And there's nothing there. But it is there. It is an object. Maybe you need a network object on every object in the hierarchy. Well, it doesn't work, remember? It gives us an error. It says you can't do that. You can't have a child with a network object. You can't do that. Are you crazy? You can't parent a network object to a non-network object like the inventory or the item holder. And yet, when you make these network objects, they say you can't make these network objects. They're already a network object because the parent has a network object. So is this not loading in or something? It should be. It does it all one at a time. First, it spawns in the character. Right? First, it spawns in the character along with the inventory. And then as soon as the inventory starts up, sorry, where's this at? As soon as the inventory is spawned, then we add the default items. And on awake, we get our character. And awake should run before on network spawn, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a reference to our character. And it does set our character properly because we're allowed to actually punch. We wouldn't be able to punch if it didn't set our character properly. The non-network object might be moved around and reparented on the client and not be synced. It's just like that in the prefab. It doesn't move. We go to the prefab. It's got logic, inventory, items. Doesn't move. Doesn't move for nothing. Just shitting there. Let's see, is character changing anything on the inventory? Item inventory, what is it doing? It doesn't even call anything. It just sits on here as a reference. Random thought, could the component order matter? When adding netcode components to a game object, ensure that the network object component is ordered before any... Wait. Maybe? I kind of... Wait, I'm seeing in my head. Oh, no. It's there. Network object first. Fists. Network object first. Machine gun. What? Keep changes. What's that? What? It's all first. It's all first. Auto object parent sync. Auto not object. Unless it's object, like objection. I don't want to sync with the parent. Could that be it? Perhaps that's it? What's this? Parenting examples. Okay. For this example, assume you have the following initial scene hierarchy before implementing parenting. Sun, tree, camera, player, which is a game object, and a network object. Okay, and a vehicle, it's a game object, network. Both the player and vehicle network object components are spawned, and the player moves toward the vehicle and wants to get into the vehicle. The player's client sends perhaps a use object RPC command to the server. In turn, the server then parents the player under the vehicle and changes the player's model pose to sitting. Because both network object components are spawned, and the server is receiving an RPC to perform the parenting action performed by the server is valid, and the player is then parented under the vehicle as shown below. Mildly complex, invalid example. Player. In the above example, the vehicle has two game object components nested under the vehicle's root game object to present the two available seats. If you tried to parent the player under seat 1, this is an invalid parenting and will revert. Okay, so that's what's happening to me. So we have to, what? To resolve the earlier invalid parenting issue, you need to add a network object component to the seats. This means you need to, 1, spawn the vehicle and the seats. 2, after spawning the vehicle and seats, parent the seats under the vehicle. That's stupid. That's dumb. Okay. But it, okay. All right, but I can do that, I think. That's possible. That's doable. Because I go into my logic, I have no, it's not doable? Okay, well I have to move inventory out of logic and put it just directly under the character. I have it under logic just for organization's sake, so it can come up here under character. So when I spawn in inventory, which I can, this is fine. Actually, I can make inventory. Wait. Yes, add it, please. Okay, I can take inventory, I can put it here, no problem. And then I can spawn it in using the character script or something. Okay, so item inventory is now going to be that's going to be null, I guess, and then item inventory prefab, so I have to spawn that in. Okay, so on network spawn, on spawn. Item pickup. I feel like item pickup references my inventory. Oh, maybe not. Not until later. That should be fine. Okay, item pickup. So now, great. Instantiate. No parent. Instantiate in world space. True. Sure. Why not just do that? Okay, so instantiate it and make it null. Am I doing this? So I have one object, which is a network object only hierarchy. You could make it epic. I could make it epic. Did you just watch Furiosa? All right, so then I have to get the... So I spawn it in, and then I have to do inventory, object, get component. Or did you just watch the EA AI thing? EA, make my game multiplayer. Make it more epic. Is it network object dot spawn? With ownership. This dot get. No. Get component. Network object. Get ID something. No. Where? How do I get this guy? Get owner. Get ID. It's don't I have it? What's going on? Why did I do an inventory? Oh no, it was an item. Hold on. Right? No, it was an inventory. Spawn with owner client ID. Owner client ID. That's what it is. Okay. Okay, spawn that. There we go. Now, in inventory, on spawn, first thing we do, before we do anything else, we transform, right? Right here? Do we do it here? Or no, we have to do a server RPC call, right? Or no? I could just set it. I can? If it's spawn. Oh, if it's spawned, I can set it. Okay, transform dot parent equals character dot transform. That's it. We put it there. That spawns us in. Check is owner. Why? Right? Wait, why? Shouldn't this... Huh? Wait, why? I mean, I believe you, I just don't know why. On network spawn is called when the object spawns on the client too, but changing parent is automatically synced. Oh, it is? So if it's the owner, then do that and then it'll do it for everybody else? So you don't have to, it would call the code more than it needs to? Think? Okay. Now this character needs a reference. So the item inventory, none, and the item inventory prefab. 3 painting, hold on. Inventory, there it is. So spawn that in. Yeah, all right, network manager. Yeah, it might not be a problem, but it could possibly throw an error on the client. If a client tries to change a property or variable on an object it doesn't own, it throws, oh, that's okay. All right, network manager, hit play, start host. Couple errors. Object reference not set. Oh, the item wheel. And NPC behavior. Hey. Oh, it didn't spawn because there's errors. Hold on. So this has to spawn, and then it's like, it has to do everything in order. Because everything else relies on this. If P poop, write that down. Okay. Oh, so race conditions. So when we set up the NPC behavior, what does it need? What were the errors? 86. That's on setup. I haven't made it in. I haven't plugged in the inventory prefab. I haven't. I thought it does that automatically. It did last time. What do you mean plugged it in? There it is, right here. And then that's a network object. Then I go to, go to network manager, and that's the default network prefabs. Yeah, it's kind of put it in there for me. Yeah, it's pretty advanced. My system that I'm using, it's pretty advanced. So yeah. Just switch everything over to be turn-based. That ought to make networking easier. I don't, probably not for me. So on spawn, there's no, it would be so great if I had like something to do this one at a time. Spawn with ownership. There's no on. There's no delegates. There's no events. Is there an event? Event? No, no event. I could here, oh, here's what I could do, right? Here's what I do. Here's what I do. Okay. I spawn in. I spawn in the inventory. I do that up here. I'll set this up here as well. Also, item inventory should equal inventory object.get component inventory. I forgot to do that. Oh wait, that's actually all I need to do. I spawn it in, and then I set that, and then I let the internet thing, the network, do that later. That was the problem? Yeah, but I was thinking, oh, it's not gonna set this until after this, but I was thinking, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe this just works. I don't know how internet work. I don't know how any of the networking stuff works. I'm just gonna just try stuff and see what happens. Trial and error, but I don't learn anything from the error. That's my method. Trial and error, but I don't learn anything, and it just works because I don't know why. Okay. There we go. Didn't work. Inventory was not parented. Thank God. Thank God the parenting still doesn't work, because I would hate to have that work for me. I would hate to have anything work for me. It's set. I don't know why it's saying it's not set to an object. 40? Inventory. Inventory. What is inventory? Oh, it's being called. Oh, on Awake. What are you doing here on Awake? This needs fixed out time. Yeah, character equals. That shouldn't be on Awake. And start should not be on start. I need a public void setup. Here we go. Setup, and then go to player, character. After I do the inventory stuff, then I do the wheel. There's no wheel. There's no reference to the wheel. I have no wheel reference.
Come get your burrito.
Thank
Hideous
you.
Leopard just spied Amy a burrito.
Yeah, call it when I need to call it. Okay, there we go. Ah, really have to go now. Oh yes, thank you. I'm getting somewhere barely.
Hideous Leopard just by burrito.
Thank you. Thanks for the help. I'll see you on the other side. Oh shoot, now this is okay. Now I need to call setup. Wait. Private void setup. I'm close. This is it. This is it. This is the end. Everything will work after this, right? I go over here. I set inventory item with that. Okay. Item inventory dot setup. Oh. Wait, what? Item inventory. Inventory. Setup. Why is that not working? Did I not save? What's going on? Setup. Oh, private. Oh my god. Public, please. Come on. Public. Setup. Clear items. There we go. Setup. And then the item inventory wheel set up at last after everything else. Okay. Now it's all coming together. That's it. This is it. This is the end. Now, after all this, we get to finally test to see if that server RPC call works. Here we go. This will work 1000%. This works. I know why it doesn't work. Just forgot to get the little weapon wheel. The inventory wheel. There we go. That's it. That's the only problem. And then need to go into character and set up and say this. Use this character. There we go. Here we go. Now it's gonna work. This always works. This is giving me rickets. What's a ricket? Name 2 rickets. This one's gonna work here. Here we go. This one works here. When it works, it works. I don't know what to tell you. When it works, it works. Rickets is the softening and weakening of bones in children, usually because of an extreme and prolonged vitamin D deficiency. Not getting enough vitamin D, huh, Bling? You hate to see it. You hate to see it. This one works, finally. Oh, finally it works. What? It's not working? Why not? Oh, forgot. I forgot. There's one more layer to this. See, inventory, items. But you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? Delete items and make the item holder itself. Now it'll work. No problem on this one. Now this is when I hit play and everything starts working and then the music starts playing. It moved it. I'm in. No errors. It goes no, 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 no. And then finally, boom, we're in the inventory. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Thank you, Mick. Thank you, Logan. Now, let's reload it. Let's put the other guy in. Yeah, put the other guy in. And exactly, I know what you're thinking. I know exactly what you're thinking. Here we go. Let's put the other guy in. I don't know if this other guy's going to work. Oh, shoot. I just started as host. Start as client. I said start client, please. Hello? I think I busted it. Hold on. Refresh. Yeah. Recompile. It didn't recompile. That was the problem. Recompile. I didn't fix it. I got rid of all the errors. So that's all I can say. I can't say that I fixed it. I got rid of the errors on the host at least. Now if I join his client, Alexa, fart.
That was an engine starting one. Try asking me.
Oops, I accidentally unplugged her. All right. Try asking me. What are we doing? What are we doing here together exactly? Calm down, Bling. Calm down. I need you to calm down. I need you to relax. You know, in fact, I'm going to hit play. I'm going to join one more time. Just so I can see this guy. Because it's working here. Let's see if I can punch him. Oh! It actually punches him. The punching's kind of working. Alexa, play Funeral for a Friend by Billie Eilish. Okay, but there's lots of errors over here, so I don't know what this is. Inventory at 244 is a problem. Object reference not set to an instance of an object reference object. What is this? Why did this pop up? I got a whole new... Oh. Equipped item. Equip item. At inventory 244. Inventory 244. Okay. Character dot current item is not equal null. So apparently the character, it doesn't think the character exists for some reason. And then item 101 model does not exist because it's not. And I think that's happening. That's only being run because my clone popped in and started breaking everything. Okay. So the clone is broken. Don't know how to fix the clone. Did you check the word, the work? The work? Did you check the work checkbox? It's 9 o'clock. I really don't want to work on this anymore. Ever. Like, ever again. Like, I'm just going to throw the entire thing. Like, I'm just going to delete everything. The single player, the multiplayer. I'm going to delete Unity. I'm going to delete System 32. I'm going to delete it all. Switch to Roblox Studio. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have the time in my life. Now, why isn't this guy showing up? What's that? Get out of there. Start host. Now, hold on a second. Host on this side, please. I want to see if you're broken over here. 2 errors. And that's fine. Okay, so it works for the host. It do work for the host. And the client is absolutely busted, broken. Whoa, yeah. Woo! Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like some problem with the cloning of the projects thing. So it's consistent. So so what's the problem? So what? Wow. Come get your burrito.
Logan underscore
Yeah,
gorgeous
just
by
sleep on it
Dana
and come back
Burrito.
stronger. I just don't know. Because I feel like I've learned nothing. I've learned nothing today. I still don't understand anything, and the game is broken because of that. Where does the spawning of the character happen? Somewhere, I'm sure. It's in the network manager, I believe. It as soon as you start as a host, then it spawns in a character for you. If you join as a client, then it finds the host and then tells the host to spawn in a character, and it requests a spawn, and then I'm there. Is it in 2 places, perchance? No. Something went wrong. Something went terribly wrong. Now, I'm thinking, do I do this, spawn in the inventory, and do the owner client ID, and do all of that junk only if we're the owner of this? I don't even know if I'm supposed to be doing that. I don't know. If I go into the inventory and say, hey, when we spawn in on the network, do we add default items, or hello? Do we add the default items for the owner or not the owner, or what's I don't even know what's synced and what's not synced. So this inventory is spawned in for our character, and if it's the owner, then set the parent ourselves because that's synced already. And then we add the default items but do we do this only if we're the owner? Are those also synced up? So we only do this once for the owner because we spawn it in? And is this even what's causing all the errors? I'm getting so many errors. I don't even know what they are. We're getting so many errors. We don't even know what they are. Typically, the inventory is client side and the multiplayer character only shows its current item. So what do you think? So I only spawn it if we're the owner. Maybe I only spawn it if we're the owner. It's too complicated. I'm done. I'm done. I can't go on. I think I'm just gonna I'm gonna need an expert to come in every stream and walk me through it step by step by step. Basically have to have someone make the game for me at this point. So I don't it's just not going to happen. I'm looking and I'm seeing and I'm thinking, no. This is not this makes no sense. This should not be happening. This is the wrong way to do it, and I can't do the right way. So, game over. This won't even update. Oh, so it is the inventory's problem. But now that I cancel the inventory stuff, it's completely broken again. So this is actually worse than where I started almost 6 hours ago. So I'm in a worse spot than I was 6 hours ago. I am in a much worse spot. So many errors. I don't even know what this is. That's Fmod. That's Fmod. This error, inventory on line 244 is an error. Inventory 244. 244 wise. So inventory 244, that's an error because we are equipping the item. Why are we equipping the item? It's being called from where? It's being called from the inventory wheel. Because the inventory wheel needs to not happen. Let's see, inventory wheel, inventory, character. So the inventory wheel needs to not exist. So if we are, let's get our inventory wheel. Enable. Oh no. Enable. Can I? Okay, enabled equals false. I don't even know. Is that gonna work? Does that do anything? Because that's the only thing that's calling the inventory thing. And now it's saying only server can spawn network objects. So I'm not so things are not spawning for this guy. Item is not working. Item ability is not working. Nothing's working. I don't know why. I'm just putting in random things. I can't go on like this. No one can go on like this. No one should go on like this. This is illegal. This is illegal behavior. This works. Reload. The host is doing just fine. Client is doing horrible. Okay. Null reference exception. Again, the same error. It just keeps being called because I don't know. I don't know why. It's the inventory wheel being set up. If it's enabled, call setup maybe. Get rid of that one error. And then just keep adding more ifs and else and ifs else and ifs else and if this and just keep. And then if I want to add a new feature, I'm screwed. No. No. I might just have to quit. I might just have to quit game development. Yeah. Back to dog milking. You mean back to living the dream? Smash your PC and call it a night. That's what I'm that's the dream. Okay, did I get rid of that one error? No, it's still being, the error is still happening. The error continues to happen without remorse. What's even calling this? What's calling this? Inventory wheel when? That's not even later. Inventory is calling this? It's calling itself. On network spawn, equipped item. Equip item. Should that only happen if you're the owner? What's going on? This shouldn't even be spawning. Why is it spawning? You're not the owner. Quit trying to spawn it. You are the owner. You are the owner. You're spawning it. But you can't equip it because 244. Why aren't you setting... Setup is being called. Setup is being called. Setup is being called. All right. It's setting this through. If this is being called, this is being called. Right? That's true. So if that's being called, this is being called. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a factual statement. And it's being I'm getting an error right here on character. Null. You can't call character, but it's being set. I've said it. I've said it right here. It's not being changed. Please don't quit game development. That makes me want to quit more. It looks fine to me. Yeah. I'm going to get a hammer and then smash my hands so I can never create again. Just going to hammer into my hand and keep hammering until the fingers are just mushed off like you're making guacamole, and you just keep smashing and smashing until the fingers depart from the palm. And then I'm going to need somebody else to do the other hand because I can only do one. With that method, I can only do one hand. If I get a hammer and start smashing my fingers off like they're mashed potatoes, I can't do the other hand because my hand is gone. So I need this is a two-man job. OJ style. I don't remember any stories like that with OJ. But yes. Why does it take me here? Why does that error take me here? Null reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Inventory. Equipped item. Double click. Takes me here. Line 244 on inventory. Character, current item. So character is not equal to anything? Is that what you're telling me? Move this guy away. Back over here. Oh, you can't pause? What, you can't pause? Where are the characters at? I got 2 inventory. All right, I gotta restart this. Not allowed to pause. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to pause. I did not know. Okay, so both of their inventories are outside of the body. Fascinating. Where am I? This is me. Backing up. Okay. That's me. This is me. Okay. And then I go to inventory. Debug. Character. Character is me. Wait, character is not even null. What's going on? The character's not null. The current item is null, but that's what I'm checking for. So why is it giving me an error saying that character is null? I don't access inventory before that. Inventory set up. Yeah. Right? There's no equip. I go to inventory. Where is this being called from? Inventory wheel? That's not it. Is it? Hide wheel? Where's hide wheel being called? Update. Setup. It's being called there. It's being called in setup. But that happens after I do the item inventory setup, so that should be fine. What else is calling inventory? Itself. The NPC behavior. Where's this? This is being called at mimic target loadout, which is called many years from now. It's never being called. That one's never being called. So it's only being called from, I can only assume that it is being called from itself. And at this point, when it spawned on the network, its character is being set to a character. So it should not be null ever. I'm gonna have to go OJ style. God, I have no choice. That's so... Is it happening? Is it not happening to me? Is it happening to somebody else? But I'm checking if I'm owner before it's... change ownership to us. Now. How dare you? That's not going to fix anything. I got to quit this. I know Big Justice could solve this. He can solve pretty much any problem you throw at him, but I'm just not built like him. I'm not even built like AJ. Not even built like the Rizzler, for crying out loud. I'm not built like anyone. I'm not a hero. If exists equals boom. If exist is equal to boom. That doesn't make any sense. Let's spawn it first. This is more broken than it's ever been before. Yeah, this is looking like I'm not ever gonna do this. This is just say get your goodbyes out for the game. Just get your goodbyes out for Project Dick right now. Get your goodbye Project Dicks out right now. Whip them out. Hurry. Nah, nothing I do. Nothing I do fixes this, and I don't know what I'm doing. It thinks character doesn't exist. Even no matter what we do, no matter what I do, it does not think that this exists. Even though I'm setting it up right here. All right. Yeah, well, we gotta end on a sad note. A sad note. I'll never be able to click on that link Logan_Core sent. That's it. Dumping it and trashing it. Dumping it and trashing it and tossing it. Thanks for hanging out for 6 hours, everybody. Come to the long, grueling end. it was hard fought. It was fought valiantly and wildly. It was the greatest freak off since 1943. And I don't think anything else. I don't think I need to say anything else. Nothing more to be said. I gotta change that. That's inaccurate. This one's a classic. All right. I'm gonna go into a coma. I'm gonna go shove myself into the garbage disposal. Feet first. All right, bye.
だけど悲しい出来事も絶え間なく続いてる。なぜ僕らは傷つけ合うのか。わかり合うことが優しさを生むのに。つながりたいんだ、そうさきっと大きな心になる。Try 巻き込みたいんだ、止まらないようにその愛を走らせて、いつまでも僕ら連なってく。見えるかい？これが僕たちの地球だ。美しい星、ビューティフルスター。輝くためには必要なものがある。それは自然を愛する心、バランスの取れた食生活。